Welcome to the stream, everyone. I hope you're all having a wonderful day, morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are in the world. Thanks for being here on this Sunday, the 4th. I appreciate it. How's everybody doing? Magnetic, yo! Starting out with a 49-month resub.
But
a long one, man. Thank you. Bada bing bada boom. Brian did not know how to read that shit. Wow. Yo, thanks for being here. Welcome, guys. Cornelius, good to see you. What's up, Waffle? What's up, Red Lotha? Big Mighty Anna, hello. What's up, Mossy? Barrels, what's up, dude? Hey, Alec. The classic fidget spinner summoning circle. Dorito, good to see you. Happy New Year. Hello, Heresy. What's up, Lock Dog? I see I have 20 unread messages now. Lock Dog. What's up, Frosty Spriggs? Pingling, welcome. Camarade, what's up? Magnetic, thanks again, man. How you doing? Took a month break from WoW to finish 14 Endwalker. Oh, how'd you like it? You finished like the base expansion, or you did the DLC, or what? Felt very final. I enjoyed it. Yeah, it was good. I really enjoyed that. Endwalker was amazing. I thought Shadowbringers to Endwalker was like the two best back-to-back expansions of any game I've ever played. Two best back-to-back games, even, potentially. It's very good. Quite enjoyed it. Quite enjoyed it. Yesterday I played Cyberpunk for like almost 8 hours. I might play some Cyberpunk today, but for a little while anyway. I'm gonna watch some different videos, check out some stuff in the React channel that's been in there for a while. Maybe some League stuff, maybe some WoW stuff, kind of chill, chat, hang out. You know, not in any rush to jump into a game today. Shoot the shit Sunday. Call it that. Yesterday in Cyberpunk, I did some side quests with Judy. Took the clouds for the mocks. At least that's what was supposed to happen. I don't know if that's actually what happened. Killed her former girlfriend for betraying us and trying to make a power grab. What else did I do yesterday? Oh yeah, I did some Pan Am quests. Made Pan Am V's girlfriend and hooked up in a tank through a synaptic link. Got it on while feeling what the other person was feeling simultaneously to ourselves, which was something. Yeah, got double laid. Yeah, so finished the all those side quests. It was cool. It was nice. Warman, thank you very much for subbing for 4 months. Appreciate that, dude. Welcome. In the reaction to the last 2 episodes of Cyberpunk Edge Runners went up this morning. So if anyone's curious, like my reaction to the end of Cyberpunk Edge Runners and my kind of rating of the show, which again I've said a couple times would probably be a bit higher now. That's actually on my YouTube channel if you're curious for most recent video. What's up, Siatric? Welcome, Randerlol. Thanks for subbing for 22 months, almost 2 years there. Thank you.
Good morning, chat.
Good morning. Good morning. 2077 is a Chrono Vortex. I bought it last week. The lack of sleep is real. Yeah, I think I'm how many hours in? I have 90 hours of playtime. People are like, why are your YouTube uploads so far behind your streams? And I'm like, bro, because I'm playing this shit for 8 hours at a time. Like, I'm supposed to end my stream and go on and edit the 8-hour VOD the same night? Like, shit. I'm like days, but there's times where I'll play Cyberpunk 2 or 3 days in a row, and I've slowed down so that I could try to give myself a little bit of time to catch up, but I've only edited, I think, up through day... I don't think I've even edited all of day 3. Let me look. What does day 3 include? Yeah, I haven't even edited all of day 3. Like, I haven't even got to fingers, working with Judy. Someone was asking, why is this episode so short, the last one? And it's because the next 2 are gonna be fucking long. Like, so I have to cut this shit down, because otherwise this shit just lasts forever. I gotta fucking... I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11... Counting yesterday, I have 12 fucking more days to edit. I've only edited a quarter of my playthrough. Not even a quarter. So, it's a lot, man. I've edited like a sixth of my playthrough. It's a lot. So, it'd be different if I had someone taking the VOD from the stream one day and editing it the next day, but I just don't trust anyone to edit anything for me. Because I think I just am I'm happier when I do it. I think it's better when I do it, to be honest with you. It's a lot. Last minute Savage prep today, so we hanging out while I do some crafting. Nice. Good luck in Savage. How long before you start just dumping the VODs on YouTube? Technically, the VODs are already on YouTube. I think every time I've streamed Cyberpunk, the VOD has gone to YouTube. I'm pretty sure. Let me look. I don't think I'm missing any VODs. I might be missing like one. There might have been like a day. Actually, it looks like the first few days. It looks like the first like 5 days of my Cyberpunk playthrough is not on YouTube. Which that's tough. So the reason why is because when I first started streaming Cyberpunk, I didn't have my YouTube streaming wasn't working properly, so I had to like get that set up again. And so I got it set up while I was playing Cyberpunk, so not every VOD is available. So I think this tier will be a banger. It's the final tier for Arcadian, right? Nice. I hope you like it. I hope the conclusion is nice. Fucking nice. Let me look at this unban request. Nope. Nope. I'm sorry that I was too much. I won't type useless things anymore. Pyro thinks I'm too much again. You can ban me again. I accept it. No, you're banned. That's not how this works. Banned. A lot of us think this might be the first set of raids where there just aren't bad fights. Nice. Well, Pandemonium bad fights would be like, like P7S. And like, I would say like P7S probably. That's the tree, right? P11S? What was 11? P11S. Anabasios. Let me look at this real quick. Let's see. I don't know if I fought P11. I must have, right? I must have finished it. Pandemonium. Sparrows. Why is this wiki so fucking bad? Why isn't this just... Oh, that's fourth circle. Oh, that's Asphodelos. Whoops. Was P7S Agistes? Yeah, that was the stupid fucking tree. Themis. I don't actually know. I don't know if I ever did Anabasios. Anabasios, whatever the fuck it is. I must have fought Themis at least once. I remember seeing footage of him. Athena. Yeah, no, I never fought Athena. I don't think I ever did Anabasios. I don't think I fought these bosses. Maybe Kokaidos. I think I fought that one. And Pandemonium is like... Yeah, when you're fighting like the raid itself or whatever. The fuck it is. Yeah. I don't think I fought those. I don't really remember it if I did. It was visually cool but boring. P6S was Snake Lady, also a low mid. Themis was just like boring. Athena was fun. Nothing against slower uploads. It's only confusing if you watch them and streams occasionally, if you can't catch up to your live story progression. I mean, eventually I'm going to complete this game. And then there's not going to be any more live story progression, so... Tree was kind of cooked. I fucking hated Tree. What's up, Axel? Axel OW7DQ. What's up, Farscythe? Most raid tiers end up having like 2 or 3 fights across all 8 that are a little just kind of mid. So far, nothing in Arcadian has been mid. That's good. That's great. I have a bunch of random shit in the React channel. Like, I have stuff from June. Hall of Legends, Faker and Uzi. CBLOL Grand Final. A lot of League of Legends React stuff. Yeah, thanks for the follow. Miss Merc. MRC Insurgent. Unsrung. I'm not sure what that's supposed to say, but you know, kind of looks like it's supposed to say something. How was that normal raid? It was good. We killed everything but Dimensius. People just don't know Dimensius. I don't really understand it. You got people picking up the orbs, then they pick up the orbs and then run away with them. And then you got people that don't have orbs trying to pull people down. Like, it's just obvious that people don't understand the mechanics of Dimensius. And people that do understand the mechanics of all the fights that lead up to it can carry it. But if you don't know, if you don't understand how things work on Dimensius, you're just going to cause wipes. Even on normal. So we didn't kill it. Happy Sundays, Axis. Yeah, it's... I think people are very fucking... I don't know. Yo, let me tell you guys a story about why you should just not get involved with things, okay? So, there's this random recycling bin outside that's just been like kind of floating around for the last month. No one's claimed it. No one keeps it in front of their house. It's not ours. I came out one day and it was sitting in our yard near the fucking mailboxes. And I was like, that's not fucking mine. We have our recycling bin inside. So I put it on the street. And then the wind came and the wind knocked it over and pushed it to the fucking neighbor's house over there. And then it sat there for a few days. And then it got moved into the alleyway over here. So I was like, okay, dude, I will try to be the fucking good Samaritan here. And I'll try to fucking figure out what needs to be done with this thing. So I called the fucking garbage company and recycling company. And I was like, hey, there's this fucking loose bin that no one will claim that's just kind of floating around. It's sitting in the alley between my house and the next one. And so they're like, okay, take it and put it in front of your house. And the next time we pick recycling up, we'll take it. But by the way, we're going to be 2 weeks or a week late because of the holidays. So you're going to have to put it out on January fucking 3rd. I was like, okay, all right. Like, I'm just going to leave it there. Like, I'm not going to, so I put my trash and recycling out yesterday. And they took my fucking recycling bin. They took mine. Instead of the one that's obviously an extra one sitting in the fucking alley. They took mine. So I had to put a request in today. I was like, there's been a loose recycling bin floating around the neighborhood the last, month or so. And it was supposed to get picked up, but they took mine too. Or instead, I don't even know if they took the other one. I didn't even look. Maybe I could just take that one, but I didn't even look. Because it's the principle of the thing. Like, had I just not got involved and just let it fucking wander, I wouldn't even be in this predicament right now. But now I don't have a recycling bin because they fucking took it. So it's just like, what would have happened if I had put it out there anyway? Would they have just taken one? Would they have taken both? Like, would they have taken the wrong one? Crazy, man. Crazy. So just don't get involved with shit, dude. Don't get involved with shit. If that shit don't belong to you, don't fucking fuck with it. Good guys always lose. That's not fucking true. Good guys do not always lose. But when it comes to recycling bins, apparently they lose. So, shit. Pain in the fucking ass. Trying to do the right thing and causing issues for yourself. Yeah, it is it's annoying. Sargeras lost. Sargeras is also a bad fucking guy. He tries to be good, but that don't make him good. Trying to be good and being good are two different things. Zark, thanks for the 30-month resub. Shit. Don't bother. Don't fucking bother. Darius, the peak of humanity in Runeterra with no magic or divine power, pure effort. I mean, Atreus is up there too, right? Because he doesn't... I mean, I guess he does technically have a lingering remnant of the aspect of war in him. Because if he didn't, then Viego wouldn't have been able to resurrect it, right? So that during the Ruination, which totally a real thing. Back at my mom's house, a hurricane blew a trash bin in her yard. What the fuck? A hurricane? Shit, I think a trash bin would be the least of my worries. Sargeras has good intentions, but does it in the worst possible way. Bro, similar story, but it was an old toilet from who knows where that got put by my bins. Neighbors reported me to the city even though it was in their yard for weeks. City was gonna charge me for it. Neighbor threatened me. Just ended up dealing with it myself. That's such horseshit, dude. God, people are the worst. People are the fucking worst. Maybe Sargeras got his recycling bin taken as well, so that was the last drop. The last straw that made him do what he did. You don't fuck with a man's bin. Yeah. People suck, but I don't think it's really anyone's fault. I just want to know where it came from. Like, where did this bin even come from? She ended up using it until the garbage company went, wait a minute, we didn't give you 2 bins, and took it away. Yeah, you might as well, huh? Fuck. A little extra bin? Why not? The stories aren't fractals, they're recycled. Oh god, Shinzai. Yeah, what even is... And then you'll get people that'll be like, that sounds like a convenient excuse for them to just recycle stories. It's like, you're just not getting it, man. You're just not getting it. And before the owner of the bin sees it and accuses you of stealing, oh man, I'd throw them in the bin. My mom just did that with a mystery trash can after Hurricane 2, Lamau. She used it until they took it. Was it in Shadowlands? Must have been retconned for sure. All of the Shadowlands is retconned. Let's not get into this. Let's not get into this. I wonder where they took your bin. The bin lands? Where all bins go to die. So apparently, farmers were closing the road we were using to go back home. So my mom said, use your full tism so we can pass by them. What does that mean? We saved 6 hours of what would have ended up being a 13-hour trip to go home when it normally takes 4 hours. Okay. Hey, Pyro, why not play some classic WoW? Because I don't like classic. And you know that. You were laden with bins. Someone ban this guy. Oh, Laden. I had a... I don't have to stream today. I could just take a day off. Zoid Flirt, thanks for the 21-month resub, dude. Appreciate it. You just have MapQuest downloaded in your brain? Yeah, what does it mean to use your full tism so we can pass by them? What does that mean? That can mean a lot of things. Pyro.exe has stopped responding. You want to force close this application or wait for it to start responding again? You're like Tism Batman. Pyro, a second bin has hit the curb. Okay, you guys. I'm gonna need a drink if this is how today's stream's gonna go. I have no fucking clue. Well, what did you do? Dragonfire can't melt dwarf beams. I just looked at mom and said, I'm sleep. Do you have any suggestion for an Ancestor Shaman Transmog set? The Transmog set for Shamans from Dark Shamans and Siege of Orgrimmar is pretty good. I like that one. She used the cat excuse. I gotta get home and feed my cat. What does that mean? Sunday's now called Bin Day. Well, it's actually on... They pick it up on Friday, but... Because we had the cats in the car. Oh, I see. I'll probably play as well with you in the background. I gotta work on that Judy romance. Yeah, I bet. I bet. Yeah, dude. Pan Am one was good. I enjoyed. I liked how there was a good back and forth. She didn't just make it easy, you know? There's value in that. Sunday chat is special. Special Sunday. Yeah. I probably should have got myself something to drink before I started. I'm gonna go grab something really quick. So also I put in a request for them to bring me my fucking bin back. Pyro, drink already? Well, I mean, just like a water, you know? You think the chair has some pretty good jokes? Nah, they're usually pretty flat. The sad thing about the farmer strikes is that they close the main freeway. Wait a second. The way they're striking is by closing the freeway? Effective way to get a message across? Sure, but normally when you strike, don't you do it in a way that, like... I mean, I guess that it bothers people, then they probably contact lawmakers and complain about it, right? That's like the design. And of course, shit in front of the ministries of farming. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I was thinking, is like, you'd probably go there instead of like disrupting the, like, people who are driving. I don't know, that seems kind of weird, right? Is that like an effective way of like protesting, or is that like, I don't know, dude. Like, protesting in the middle of a highway is kind of fucking idiotic, don't you think? I don't know. It's designed to piss people off to force someone's hand. Strikes are easy to ignore if they don't inconvenience people. Sure, sure. I mean, I think that there's just a difference between it. I don't know. To me, that seems like that goes a bit beyond an inconvenience, but it's been happening since the end of November. Damn. It's a long time. Block the fucking roads, piss off would-be supporters. Yeah, it just seems like something that will affect the wrong people more than the right people. My mom has always been leaving for car trip. Why did I read it as cat? For car trips early as fuck. Do they always do it at the same time? Is it like on a schedule? I don't know why, but anything named a ministry sounds sinister. Yeah, it kind of does. By the time it gets to a strike, there's usually been a lot of non-strike outreach that people just ignored. It's why it usually escalates that way is all. Sure, but you can see the drawback of that, right? I like pissing off commuters is probably maybe not the most conducive thing. I don't know. I just think there's a bit of a weigh your options thing when it comes to striking. Sure, it also depends on like why they're striking, right? What's the severity of the offense that has driven them to that point? The government's screwing us, let's go piss off the... Well, there can be logic to it, right? Like, if you're part of the government and you're not affected by it and can just ignore it, you know, it's... If you do kind of put the... You can have it as a situation where, like, if you inconvenience enough people, they go to the lawmakers and they're like, hey, can you fucking do something about this? Can I get my recycle bin back, please? Like, what the fuck is this? I'm about to go on strike. Are they soybean or beef farmers? There are literally fourth-generation farmers having to close doors because of what's happening to them. Farmers are usually loud because how often do you question where your crops at the grocery store come from? How often do we pay attention to those farms in our communities? I mean, it depends on whether or not you live in one. I mean, I used to live in a community that had a lot of farming, so it's something that you pay attention to a lot. I don't know. You working on housing when midnight comes? For your community / guild, perhaps? Expecting to see a grand palace? I mean... housing is cool, but it's not like a... I don't really expect that it's going to be something that I interact with that much, to be honest with you. I just... I don't know. I just kind of prioritize other things when I play WoW. The whole farmer strike is because of a funding program that got used by politicians to scam money out of it and not give enough to the farmers. Oh, that's pretty fucked up. So many people are making incredible houses already, giant robots, etc. Yeah, that's cool. Like, I can make an abstract thing in my housing plot if I want to as well, but I want my house to actually look like a house. Like, I don't really have... like, it's cool that people are doing that. I'm just... it's not really the way that I would engage with housing. I want to make something that seems, like, realistic. And fits in with the neighborhood. And a 60-foot robot is not the way to do that, in my opinion. They need to change the way housing collection is done. Having to buy multiple of the same item is insane when they should allow you to create any amount of the single item after collecting it. Yeah, I agree with you. I think having to collect the number of items that you want is a bit overkill. That's cool, Bro Wolf. Awesome, that's a good idea. They need to give me more trees is what they need to do. We have to remember housing is also being designed to be interacted with at the individual player's own pace. Hopefully that actually happens and it's not an arms race of decor. I'm not really sure how that would be a thing or what that means. It makes sense if they want to create a crafting market for housing. IMO, they need to make the housing items cheaper to make. Yeah, I think the economy of it is a little bit busted. It's a gigantic fucking gold sink. It is a gigantic gold sink. I can't wait till they let you decorate other people's houses. Yeah, it'd be cool. I'm gonna make a bot account. And I'm gonna it's gonna be an orc, and I'm gonna name him Zug Zug. And I'm gonna name another one Ready to Work, and I'm gonna just make bot scripts with base templates of houses for people, and I'm gonna just have these two bots go in there and Zug Zug make it, put it together, ready to work, and they're gonna make that shit, and they'll just build it for me, you know. Token price went down 20% since housing. I haven't even purchased any decor outside the vendors. It's so expensive. Yeah. I'm honestly about to pick up the house designer job and get all that gold. Work the poop. No more. Work is the poop. I already think housing is letting us do it at our own pace, but I agree that there's a lot of improvements in QL that needs to be done. Look, it's something that's got to grow and people have got to get more into. But I think that the fact that houses serve effectively no utility at all does not help me want to engage with it. Like, as someone who has done housing in FFXIV where there's also mostly no utility, but still some in like free company houses and stuff, and like a mailbox, I liked it, but after I got my house built, I basically like never went there because there was nothing that really made me want to go there. I think endeavors will help, It'll help get people engaged in there. It's it gives you a reason to go back. Whereas in like RuneScape, it's like the opposite end of the spectrum, where like for me it's basically entirely like utility based, power based, and like having a house with good things in it is very meaningful, but it's not something that it's not designed in a way that makes you spend all your time at your house. You know? Like, you know, a lot of people in RuneScape, they don't spend a bunch of time in their house. They go there to do something specific and then they leave. So yeah, it's unless you're doing like role play or something, or if you just enjoy building a house, then I just don't see too much reason to do it. But also, like, I'm the kind of person where, like, if I build a house, I'm gonna build it and then I'll refine it to the point where I think it's basically perfect, and then I will probably not touch it again. Because then it'll be perfect. And then it's like, okay, well, now I don't have a way to interact with it anymore. It is kind of lonely in the neighborhood. Right, it's because there's nothing happening there yet. I mean, if you don't put power into housing, utility into housing, then it's I hate to say it, it's going to stay that way. You have to basically go out of your way to organize some kind of event. So, and that just takes a lot of energy. Coordinating a bunch of people is a lot of energy. I've yet to see the max number of players allowed in the house. Could be a fun way to hold community sessions, transmog comps and whatnot. Yeah? Yeah. Speaking of which, did you play Minecraft, Pyro? I mean, I played Minecraft like once. I dug down until I found some diamonds, and then I found lava. And then I found the respawn. And then I found the uninstall button. So I was like, well, that's Minecraft. There you go. That's the experience. We need an auction house and crafting tables there. I think it would be cool if they added ways to train your professions in like a communal way. You know, if there was like a crafting square that you could go to and it had activities or mini games or some shit that you could use to train professions or something. I think that would be really cool. But, you know, I don't really think it through. So that's just like a surface level idea. You only mined, though. You only played half the game. Well, I crafted a house, a little house. If one doesn't like Minecraft, you won't like housing either. I mean, it's not that I don't like Minecraft. It's not that I don't like housing. I didn't say I disliked either of them. I just, I don't know. I just would rather do other things. Your offline characters from the same camp should wander around the house. That'd be pretty cool. You need something that makes you want to do housing and so on. Sure, I think part of the problem is that for me, WoW just feels so bloated with things to collect. Whether that's achievements, housing items, transmogs, mounts, it's just like, it's just kind of too much for me. And it's like, I don't know. I kind of stopped caring about collecting things several years ago because it's just, it never ends. So the massive collection sink that housing is a bit of a turnoff for me. Because it's like, oh boy, here we go again. Like, I have to go back through all of these instances that I've done before for transmog to get items and shit. And I guess at least it's guaranteed or whatever, but yeah, it's a lot. Like, okay, now I have to collect chairs? Yeah. With how much there is, it makes me not want to start. Sure, it's so overwhelming. Minecraft was addictive as hell when I started it. The massive, mysterious, dangerous world with complete freedom to do as you want was really appealing. Yeah, I just prefer something that's like narrative based and has actual characters and voice acting and like, I don't know, more engaging combat and stuff. I don't know. It's just a bit simple for me. You know what would be cool as fuck? If, for example, if you bought a book, now you have a code to redeem in-game for it, so you get a digital in-game version for it in your house. That would be nice, except I bought all these books from different places, and there's no way that I'd get a code for all of them. Yeah. Some of them are also 400 pages long, so... yeah, I don't know. Having Chronicle in-game would be so cool. I get the sentiment. I think the game overall benefits from housing. Brings so many players to the game. In December, Mythic Plus activity and rating overall went up instead of the usual decline. Yeah, I'm not saying that it doesn't benefit the game. Yeah. Of course it does. The house needs to be more interactive for the player and not just all looks. For me, if I want a house that looks like a Blood Elf or a Nightborn or something, I have to do a lot of rigging and creative placement to make it work. And I don't want to do the extra work that in like 6 months I can just select the default look. Also, WoW is end of expansion right now, so there's not a lot I want to do. Housing alone isn't enough of a draw. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, and like you're saying, a lot of that stuff is going to come in the next expansion. So, like you said, in 6 months or so. Well, and probably sooner than that, but a house browser would be cool. Could list your house on the group finder. Yeah, I think that they should lean into community, people sharing their housing layouts and stuff and being able to like kind of upload that or whatever. I don't know. I think that'd be kind of cool. Kind of like what Sims does, where you can like, there's like a catalog where you can look at other people's builds and then just like use their build if you want to. I think that'd be kind of cool. Have you done the new lore walking with Cho on Blood Elves and Void Elves? Yep. Yeah, it's in the VODs. Being able to save and copy builds would be huge. As long as you have all the items that you need, maybe it gives you like a list of items. Forsaken style buildings could be cool. Yeah, it would be nice to be able to place the books that you find in the world in your house. That's what I'm hoping for eventually. Real libraries would be sick. Yeah, I mean, it would give some level of utility at all. Like having a collection of books. I would like that. That'd be cool. In each individual book you can select and read. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I would like that. Actual interactable, meaningful books. Librarian RP incoming. I would do it. The Grand Repository or something. Grand Suppository. Story time with Pyro, yeah. I think an easy solution for sharing houses could be replacing the house Hearthstone with a portal that anyone can use. Oh, I meant more so sharing it, like literally sharing the blueprints of the build so that someone could download it and use it. But yeah, house portal would be sick. That's a good idea still. How about putting NPCs in your house? That'd be cool. In XIV, you can right-click people and teleport to their house. You can kind of do that in WoW too, right? With like guildies and stuff. Jeff, thanks for the sub. You can do that with friends too. There's a lot of things that'll come in the future. I'm sure it's going to be fun. I mean, yeah, right now, I mean, we're technically still in early access. So it's like, they're definitely going to do more. I'm not a big early access person. I'm glad I got the plot I like, and when it develops more, I'll engage more. Early access indeed, but still impressive the creativity people have at this point. Yeah, I don't think anyone's arguing that. I'm kind of glad it's not forced on people. It can just be in the background. Yeah, that's how housing should be. I have the house set up and got the plot. That's all I'm good with for now. Yeah, I mean, I'll eventually get to the decorating the rest of the outside and starting on the inside of my... I haven't even done any... I haven't done any internal decorating at all. At all. Eventually I'll get there. I'll start working on that. But, yeah, I just haven't... I already know. I think I already know what the inside of my house is going to look like. I have an idea of what it will look like. I have a pretty clear idea of what I want, but I can show you the outside of my house, but it's not done. What are the plans for your house, Pyro? I don't want to say. I don't want anyone to steal my idea, to be honest. But I have an idea. Let's just say, if I put it together, when you see it, it shouldn't be that surprising. Ready for pre-patch? I mean, in 17 days, yeah. 16 days. Yep. I got my my paladin here with some gear. 703 now. And I'm pumping the meters. Yesterday I was doing a raid beating people that were 715 and 720 eye level. So Paladin's feeling good. Did I have a button? Oh, right. Kind of lame that you can't drag this onto your... I know you can make a macro, but it's kind of lame that you can't drag that onto a bar. And here I hoped for good old demonic warlock house. Nah. This is what the outside of my house looks like right now. And I still have room to put stuff down. So I have 51 space to add stuff. So I'm sure I will. I'll probably put like more rocks down. I don't know. Kind of goes off the edge right there at the bottom, so it doesn't look very good. Stone pathways aren't totally necessary, I suppose. But yeah, I got stuff like this, the drained heart of Galakron. Stick that shit right there. Sticking on the front of my fucking house. It's nothing too crazy. But yeah, I kind of have extra stuff that I can put down. But I'm pretty happy with it how it is right now. I mean, I designed it before I hit the limit, so I could put like a Wind Rider roost, I guess, something like that. I really wish that they'd add plot. You see, because I just ran off my plot and didn't even realize that I was running off my plot. And again, it sure would be nice to have plot boundaries on the fucking ground so that you could see. Plot border is coming. Good. Thank God. Thank God. I'm really surprised they didn't have it at the beginning, but whatever. Better late than never. Yeah, I don't know. I think that mostly at this point I would just be looking to add more ground details. I have stuff like this, but like, why would I use that? Just have a demon altar for no reason. Mostly plants and flowers, I think. Got some duskwood trees and stuff. I don't know. I got all sorts of trees. I got boulders. I got an ornamental Caldori glaive, apparently. Don't even know where the fuck I got that from. I have stuff I have no idea where it came from. Stuff that I didn't have before. But yeah, I think that's what I see a lot of people's plots lacking, to be honest. Is just foliage. You don't give the flowers enough love. But I haven't done anything inside yet, so. Yeah. Probably just more stuff here and there. I've got some rocks, right? Yeah. Yeah, I need more rocks. I need more kinds of rocks. I don't have enough rocks. Need way more rocks. Or I could do boulders. Lots of boulders. I could make a boulder's gate. Yeah. There was a post on r/wow recently asking who everyone's favorite current YouTubers were, and quite a lot of people mentioned how much your content and the vibe of your channel has improved. Really? That's surprising. It's kind of unexpected, to be honest. I mean, hey, I'm not upset at that. Plants make the house look like... Exactly. I want it to feel like my house isn't just on some barren plot of land. I want it to feel like it's in, you know, we're in fucking nature up here, you know? So that's kind of what I want it to feel like. I agree the streams have been chill and positive. Good. I'm glad. Okay. You do not own this plot. Bullshit, I don't, bitch. See, that's the thing. I wish I could put these... There we go. Yeah, I mean, you got a big old tree with orange pine needles on it, you know? It doesn't have leaves, but hey, at least it's the right color. There was a few people still mad about the old dramas. I mean, yeah. But others replied to them explaining what you said in that video, addressing your new content approach. Yeah, I mean, and that's just like the thing is that video about my content approach. I mean, that's not really like, how do I put this? That's not really like related to my attitude that much or like drama or anything. It was just like how I thought my video sucked, you know? So it's kind of interesting to me because, yeah, it wasn't really meant to be a commentary on like attitude or anything like that. I don't think. I don't really think it was. So, I don't know. For people that stopped watching, all they really see from streamers is old drama. It's a bit of a shame, really. Yeah, I mean, I wonder like what stuff exactly that would be like referring to, because what they probably don't know is that when I look back on like when I freaked out about Shadowlands, that's not something that I look back on and like smile about. You know what I mean? That's not something where I'm like, God, that was so based. I'm so fucking glad that happened. Like, that's not my attitude about it. I think some people do think that's what I think, or that I'm like proud of that or something. That's not the case, really. It's kind of embarrassing, to be honest with you. Because, you know, kind of maybe start to realize you were being a bit of a petulant child. So. Yeah. It's kind of a cool thing. I don't know if that fits, but I'm gonna leave it for now. You were based, though? I mean, not really. I'm gonna be honest, not really. Not really. Some of what I said might have resonated with people, but not really. Definitely. I don't know. When you get angry and stuff, you make assertions about things that are not necessarily true. And kind of how do I oh, right. So, you know, might sound good, but yeah, I don't really agree with a lot of what I said. When I reflect on it now. I could probably make this smaller. It was good content. Yeah, see, that's that's the part that, like, I don't like the most. That people just look at that and they're like, oh, that's good content. Like, is it someone having an emotional, like, moment of rage over something that they feel like is catastrophically failing, that they love deeply and fear for the future of? Is that good content? I don't know. Seems kind of weird. I don't think it was as big of a deal as people made it out to be. It was a purely human experience. I mean, I appreciate that. I think it's just an example for me of like, I think that the criticism was like deserved, but I think the way that I justified the criticism was not very accurate. Like what was going on at Blizzard was fucked up and everything, obviously. But I'm not actually sure that that's why the game sucked. I think the game sucked for other reasons, but I basically put those things together like that's the reason. I'm not really sure that that's true. Yeah, I wish that I'd focused more on how miserable the game was to play. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think it's pretty tragic how few lore channels there are for retail lore now. Most of my favorites, besides you and Platinum, only do vanilla world storytelling. Most of the retail lore channels these days are just WoW news channels explaining their shallow interpretations of the story. People wouldn't blame you for feeling what a lot of people felt then about the game and Blizzard. Yeah, but it doesn't... I don't know how to put this. It doesn't make what I said, like, right, though. I don't know. It's the most detached lol man is mad take. I thought you were gonna block that with the giant boulder. No. A lot of people have extremely one-sided understandings of the YouTuber dramas too, like with Taliesin. They always just believe whatever their favorite YouTuber believes. The stuff that always got on my nerves and made me stop watching for a time is just when you'd get one guide too often. Yeah, one guy would often turn into multiple guys. I don't know if you realize that. Like, there was quite a lot of times where someone would get on my nerves and I'd ban them. And then you'd get people in the chat that were like, did that really deserve a ban? Like, people always have to voice their opinions constantly. Like, dude, it's not really up to you whether or not it deserved a ban. Like, please shut the fuck up. And so it would go from one guy to a couple guys to 10 guys because they're like, oh, I don't really think that deserved a ban. Like, I don't know. People try to, it's like it's their channel or something, or like they get to decide how the channel's moderated, or I don't know. It's really, I don't know. That would happen a lot, I felt like, where it's like, well, that wasn't really justified. It's like, what the fuck do you want from me? Like, what do you want? You want me to sit here and fucking have a dialogue back and forth with them for 20 minutes, or do you want me to just fucking move on? And I don't know. There's also just definitely people on the internet that just want to piss you off, you know? Like they actively just want to make you mad. So people don't really understand that. Sometimes feels like. Yeah, I have nothing inside my house, so I'm not going in there. It's literally empty. Nothing is in there. One guy's situation turns into swarming chickens pecking at you, yeah? Yeah. I think how you and others felt was completely valid. It's just how we deal with it, right? Those emotional outbursts for the game made me stop watching Pyro completely. Wasn't until the Worth and I watched again gradually with skepticism. Sure. Yeah. That's because I think that frustration wasn't, I mean, it wasn't really exclusive to the game either. It started like happening with everything, you know? I was just angry about everything. People often see timeouts as bans as well. See the guy's messages just disappear and are like, why'd you ban that guy? Yeah, I just don't understand why people, like, it's kind of really none of your business, to be honest. Like, if you're not a mod in a channel, you really shouldn't be questioning the moderating decisions in a channel. I don't really think that's appropriate. Like, I think that's pretty bad chatter etiquette, personally. I just don't understand that. It's like, it's really just kind of not your concern. Like, why don't you just stay in your lane and not... And honestly, like, getting involved in that way is really just increasing the chances that you're gonna get banned. Like, just don't. Like, just don't. But some people didn't really care about that. What's up, Cast? It's your space at the end of the day. If it costs you your piece, it's too expensive. Yeah, but it's also, like, learn how to have peace in moments where, like, you know... There's definitely been, like, a taming of my rage. You know what I'm saying? There's definitely... I used to get mad, like, feels like damn near every stream. Even now, when, like, political talks come up, I don't really get mad. And I think a lot of that came from realizing that, like, because if I do get mad, then people are just going to write my opinion off. They're not going to want to listen. So, you can have good points, but, if you're insufferable to listen to, then it doesn't really matter. I was a troll till I was like 17. I think that anyone that grows up with World of Warcraft is ingrained into a culture of trolling that makes the WoW YouTube community so much more toxic than most games. I don't know. Maybe. I had a similar experience. Thought I hated the Warthin, just hated my life. Came back to the Warthin now that I've learned to love myself, and I've really appreciated this expansion. That's good. That's good. Here I am eating a sausage as my breakfast at 1:15 p.m. Hey, man. Sounds like you're living. The thing I've always knew is that you weren't a bad person. I've said it before, but I've seen a lot of my own growth. ADHD struggles with you, and like I know you've always been earnestly trying to do the best you can. That journey just always isn't fun to be around. Yeah. It's tough. If I could go back, like... I wish if I could go back, like, 5 years ago. I wouldn't go back. But if I could, with the attitude that I have now, I think it'd be a lot better. Like, I think that things would have been a lot different. I think. So yeah, I don't know. But yeah, it's just it can be a bit ugly when you know, when all of that stuff is like happening on a live stream. You know? It's you guys have probably seen me at like my best and worst moments. So yeah. It's not really you know, there's no hiding from it, I guess. Not that I would want to, but yeah. Also, loving the Cyberpunk Edge Runners reaction videos. Would love to see you react to Chainsaw Man someday. Easily film of the year. Okay. All that Frostmage turned him into a Chillmancer. No more rage. Well, it's not that there's no more rage. That's not true. But significantly less frequent and less quick to occur. I think I still have these moments where, like, I look at the way that's, like, someone's logic of a situation or how they interpret something in World of Warcraft, and it still kind of breaks my brain. Like, I sit there and I kind of make this look. I'm like, I don't even like that. What do you like, and I literally like, it like breaks my brain for a second. I'm like, I can't even process what you just said, because it's what I know and what you're saying seem to be so different from each other. Like, I have a hard time reconciling your perception of this thing, because as someone who really paid attention to it, it feels like maybe you didn't. And that kind of breaks my brain a little bit, where it, like, especially when I see like surface level takes about WoW lore, that shit breaks my brain. It's really tough. It's really tough. I try to just keep in mind perspective, right? But it's hard. It's really fucking hard. We can't do anything about our past. Right. I came in with the League streams. The League people always manage to make someone angry, including myself in both aspects. Yeah, League, like, I think it's just the internet. I think the internet's just divisive and leads people to not shying away from conflict at all, and people calling out and trying to correct people and, like, be the smartest person in the room all the fucking time. I think it just leads to a lot of conflict. Someone mentioned Arthas. That taunt never misses. Anyway, so how about them Seahawks? Yeah. Holy shit. I get how hard it is. People say I'm chill, but sometimes my friend says something stupid I cannot fathom. My inability to understand his perception that I considered flawed makes me angry. Yeah. 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 I think one of the more frustrating things about the whole process for me was when I would try to relate emotional volatility that I struggle with, and like hyperfixating on problems. When I try to relate that to like ADHD or anxiety, you would inevitably get people that are like, well, I have ADHD and I don't struggle with that, you know? And it's like, damn, bro. Like, it's so frustrating to have someone that has a similar thing to you basically like disregard and like it's like you kind of hope that people that struggle with a similar thing can relate to you in some way, but instead they use it as a way to like dismiss your experiences and make it out to be like you're using it as an excuse instead of like trying to give reason behind. It's like, you know, when I say that like I had a rough childhood and struggle with ADHD and struggle with anger, when some people, they hear that and they're like, wow, that's just a bunch of excuses. And it's like, whoa, like, holy shit, man. Is that really how you view it? Those are just excuses? Those are just like convenient little things that are, I'm supposed to just like, that's not a factor, basically? Like, it's kind of crazy. It's like, yes, it's a reason and it's an explanation for why the behavior is there, but it's not an excuse. It's not saying that the behavior is okay. It's not dismissing the behavior. It's like, I know that it's wrong and I'm gonna try to do something about it, but like, I don't know. Some people on the internet are just very like, I don't know if they like lack empathy or I don't know what it is, but They almost try to make it out to be like they're like some kind of perfect person that like anytime they've ever recognized a flaw in themselves, they just immediately fix it and it was easy for them. And it's like, damn, huh, that must be nice if that's true. Like, I don't know how you accomplish that, but it's pretty hard. It doesn't seem like a straightforward fix to me. So, empathy is a skill. I definitely think it's something that's learned to a degree. In before, let me one-up your struggles. Yeah, invalidating your issues. Damn, mental illnesses manifest slightly differently in different people. That's crazy. I know. Why would anyone mention Arthas? He didn't do anything wrong. Okay, listen. So, the thing about Arthas... No. Well, I've never had a broken leg, so you can't have that. People lack the empathy to understand what someone else is going through, which is fine. But we all experience differently, and to compare one's struggles against your own is vain. Yeah. Even with people that has ADHD or Asperger's, like myself, everyone's different. Have different struggles or past. A lot of people don't understand that. I think also some issues exacerbate other issues, right? Like, I think that it's one thing to have ADHD, right? It's one thing to have anxiety. And then it's another thing when you layer on an abusive childhood, right? So it's like, these things, I think, compound with one another. It's not just like, it's not just ADHD anymore and social anxiety or anxiety. It's unhealthy coping mechanisms layered on top of years of abuse and mental disorders. And they're like, yeah, just get over it. And you're like, what? Like, okay, sure, yeah, fuck it. Yeah. I'll just do that. That's a good idea. I didn't actually think of that one yet. I'll just stop. Like, okay. I also hate the opposite, though. When someone with the same condition as you blames all their personal flaws on their condition. I dated a girl like that. We're both diagnosed and hers was no more severe than mine. Yeah, I mean, obviously it goes both ways. But I think, in my experience on the internet, when people dislike you for whatever reason, they are just going to be less willing to consider the other things that could be affecting it. And when you bring them up, they take it in the most bad faith way possible. And even if it's one or two times of you trying to explain your outbursts or whatever it is, they basically take that as like, now you're just using it as an excuse. So like, there just doesn't seem to be, at times, there just doesn't seem to be like, there just seems to be like, I don't know, like a lack of compassion or something. And I can't really blame them, because it's not like these people really know me, you know? They know the guy in the videos or on the streams. Like, like, I'm not, you know. I just think that it's hard to know someone when I don't know, you just see very limited aspects of people, or you see clips, or you'll see, you know. I don't know how else to put it. I had anxiety for 2 years. That shit was not funny. Yeah, he was just joking, Pog. That's just a joke. That's why he's put a Kappa. Bro, pop some Adderall and get better. It's a Kappa's sarcasm. So it's a joke. He's basically making fun of the people who say that. Even my mom to this day, 30 years later, excuses my stepdad and how he behaved towards me when I was like 8 to 10 years old. It can be really tough to get people to understand. Sometimes even those closest to you don't grasp the situations. Yeah, no, I can relate to that. I mean, I've straight up asked my mom before, like, even after learning about everything that he did, why do you stay with him? And she's like, because I love him. And I'm like, damn, do you love him more than your kids? And you know, it's hard. It's a tough. People, I don't know. That's abusive relationships, man. People are just, and like codependency and shit. I don't know. It's unhealthy. So that's a tough thing. You can't really know unless you were in the room when shit happened, and even then your understanding is limited. Yeah. For sure. Anyway. Yeah, he was just joking. Not to get too much into all that stuff. I didn't mean for this to spiral into a conversation about that. Because, yeah, you know. You know. I don't remember what we were talking about before. Anyway, it's good to see, you know, some people on Reddit kind of explaining some of the evolution of character. I appreciate that. And I can totally see why some people don't like me or have not liked me. Even when I'm not angry, I can still be, I can be kind of condescending and kind of arrogant sometimes. So, you know, it's not like anger is the only thing, but it's definitely, you know, the main thing, I would think. So, what's up, Nathan? Welcome. But that's my house, by the way. I saw someone saying you were one of the only reputable lore sources now in response to a Bellular thread. Wow, that's quite a nice compliment. I really do try to get things right as much as I can. You know, I try to always source what the fuck I'm talking about instead of just, like, making shit up. Like, I don't just say that's, like, I don't know. I like to think that I don't just say things for no fucking reason. Like, I don't just say that Sargeras is related to the light or uses the power of light because I think it sounds cool. Or because it's what I want to be the case. Like, no, I think that the evidence points towards that. Like, and honestly, you can, yeah, making shit up is fun, and that's fine. You just have to make it clear when you're doing that. But there's a difference between being like, yes, Vol'jin coming back as the Loa of Justice, and that's an awesome idea, but also having, like, reasons why you think that, which are clearly logical and laid out for people, and then being like, yeah, this whole expansion's retconned. Like, what? Those are completely different things, right? Not even in the same fucking ballpark of sincerity or accuracy. So, not even remotely fucking close. So that's kind of the difference. There's a level of sincerity that needs to exist. I had a random crackhead theory. All right, man, let's hear it. What if Azeroth's world soul is actually the 5th old gods the Titans supposedly sealed? Then that would be something. I don't think that's going to be the case. I think Azeroth is, frankly, probably more likely, like, to be related to the creator of the old gods in some way. But, I could see maybe why you'd think that. Did I miss any reaction? No. Like, people on Stranger Things were upset season 5 because things didn't go how they thought it should. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, and that's the struggle with writing, is that you can write a story, but you can't control how people interpret that story. You know? That's one of the drawbacks of being an artist, and it goes for paintings and all sorts of stuff. You can have a purpose and your own interpretation and meaning behind something, but it doesn't mean that other people are going to see it that way. It's one of the drawbacks. So, the thing is that it seems like sometimes people that consume art and media, they think that the way that they're perceiving it is just the way that it is. And that's how, you know, it's a situation of perception becomes reality, right? So if you perceive something as being surface level and lame, you think people often think that that is an objective truth about it. And it's not usually often considered like that maybe they missed something, or they didn't understand a theme, or they aren't really being considerate of the character's internal motivations or the emotions of someone going through that situation. Like, I see that a lot where, I don't know, it's almost like people take, I don't know, themselves and project it onto what they think a character should be or feel or think, rather than letting the character be a character and be their own kind of thing, you know? And so, yeah. To be honest, Stranger Things 5 was honestly just a nosedive into writing quality and character development. I was a big fan of the series, but didn't have set expectations what I wanted them to do with season 5, but left so disappointed. Sure, I mean, it's not, I mean, I think that was just an example, but I don't watch Stranger Things, so I can't really, I don't have any opinion. Sometimes I think Blizzard struggles with that too. What you mean, kind of putting certain traits and actions onto a character that might not make as much sense for that character because of how they're interpreting it. One thing that bugs me, the old gods have names inspired by Lovecraftian characters, but Azeroth also does. Azathoth, I wonder what's the connection? Well, I mean, I have a bunch of videos talking about potential connections. I have a video that discusses the idea that the old gods could literally be the dreams and nightmares of Azeroth, and that video is like 5 or 6 years old. So, and based on what they're showing us with the Rift of Aln, there's a chance that that ends up being true. That they're basically like nightmarish, corrupted manifestations of Azeroth's dreams or consciousness or something like that. And yeah, I don't think that that's really unreasonable at this point. I think there's a pretty good chance that that's what's going to end up happening. Less putting themselves in the character's shoes and just deciding for them. Sure, do you have some examples of that? I think season 5 was fine, but the last episode left so many questions open it was just mid. If they are her nightmares, imagine how scary her sleep paralysis demon would be. Looks at Sargeras. What I struggle most with regarding WoW lore is how many characters you can tell are written by writers with completely different perspectives. It really ruins my immersion when characters like Lily and Voss completely change each time they appear. I've also speculated that maybe, you know, maybe Eonar created the old gods. You know, maybe the old gods are void corrupted life entities, or so, you know, there's so many different things that I've considered over the years. Do you have a vid on the Shadowlands being or not being a plot hole? No. Why would I have a video on that? Shadowlands isn't a plot hole. What is the plot hole? What is the perceived plot hole? Kelly, yeah, thanks for subbing for 16 months, bro. Garlock, thanks for the prime, by the way. Sorry I missed that. Maybe Azeroth's nightmares actually stem from her recycle bin getting taken as well? Maybe. I mean, unironically, maybe. I think if he means if you have a video debunking shit that is said about Shadowlands. Well, I mean, it sounds like he's asking if I have it either way. So it's like... I mean... I can't really, like... I can't make a video debunking that Shadowlands is a plot hole if I don't understand why people perceive it as a plot hole. Like, what is the plot hole? I don't understand. What's up, Galen? Welcome. Lillian changed from a hate-driven character to a more compassionate one that wants to rebuild a home for the Forsaken so that others may have it better than her. I think many characters just evolve over time and grow. I mean, is that not how people actually work? You know what I mean? Like, weren't we just having this conversation about me? Right? Like, the idea is that you're supposed to, like, reflect and learn, right? It's like, it's why some of these old soldiers who saw horrible things in the wars, like, they don't want to repeat those mistakes for the kids and the youth now, right? And people are like, what the fuck? Danath Trollbane, as a 65-year-old man, is no longer a bloodthirsty fucking racist, like, person that, like, wants to just murder trolls and orcs? Like, yeah, no. He's not. The same way that you can talk to, like, war veterans and get the same thing from them. Like, yeah, that... Like, yeah. Like, a lot of this, I think, is, like, propped up by ego. Like, you're... And like, kind of a limited perspective, right? Like, it's part of why people are racist. Because they have preconceived notions and experiences of things that lead them to have extremely, like, dishonest and, like, fucked up thoughts about other people. But the more that they interact with them and the more that they get to see that what their perceptions aren't real, they're not accurate, the more that they can, like, let go of that. But it's like, so what? You know, the character's supposed to just be that way forever? Like, there is, I mean, some characters, yes. I think that's the unfortunate truth, is that a lot of people do remain static. I just don't like how they wrote the orcs as if they didn't earn the mistrust. See, that's where I don't really agree with you. Like, I don't understand where that perception comes from, that they didn't earn it. It's like saying, it's like when people go off about the Scarlet Crusade and how they wanted to kill all the Forsaken. Yeah, do you know what the fucking Forsaken were doing around that time? Ransacking and experimenting on villages? Like, they weren't exactly fucking good guys then. Like, it evolves, right? But I think the truth is that there are some people who don't evolve. They don't change. They stay very static. And I think that you kind of have to have a mix of both of those things. You have to have a mix because it's not realistic that everyone just evolves and becomes a better person. I think that's the reality of the situation. There's room to have that, but I think that people probably find it a little bit soft and unrealistic for that to be the case. Part of the truth of reality is that many people do not evolve. They stay pretty one-track minded. They stay stuck in their ways. They stay grasping the old hatreds. Like, that's very common. So, we've had characters like that too. Garrosh, pretty famously. Yeah, but it feels like when people have discussions about this stuff, they're not really able to I don't know if they're not able or if I don't know what it is. I don't want to like prescribe a reason necessarily, but it seems like there's a lack of consideration like across the board, right? People hone in on a couple characters and they forget that there are examples of other things for other characters all over the place, right? And I think that kind of like absolute viewpoint is pretty disingenuous, even if they don't realize it, and pretty damaging. Like, it's like, yes, that this statement or perception may be true for this character, but that doesn't mean that's just the way that they treat every character. It's just kind of frustrating because it's taken and kind of ballooned to be some huge general issue when I don't really think that it is. The irony of a character like Sylvanas Windrunner is that she's one of the most consistent characters in WoW, and she's often perceived as flip-flopping, which is hilarious because she's, again, to me anyway, she's one of the most consistent characters in the game. There are people that for some reason saw Sylvanas as like a good guy at some point. Like some deeply compassionate, empathetic, like, character. I don't really comprehend that. For a long time, she had been using the Forsaken as a tool. Like, there's a period where, yeah, she was kind of searching for new purpose after what happened with Arthas, but I just don't really get it. Like, the fact that myself or anyone chose to side with Sylvanas after the burning of Teldrassil speaks volumes about how one-sided viewpoints can be. You know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes we're willing to make any excuse for someone that we want to see the good in, right? So I think people do the same thing with characters. Like, they really want to see... Afrasiabi fucked it up by trying to tell people Sylvanas wasn't bad or was just morally gray. See, again, I think it just feels like an overgeneralization of... I don't know, dude. I don't know. I don't give a fuck what Alex Afrasiabi said. You know how many people actually interacted with that anyway? Fucking a minuscule, tiny portion of a fucking percent. Like, that's not some widely known perspective or thing. And again, like, man, I just... Can we use quotes? Can we pull up what people say? Like, can we actually, like... It's so hard to have discussions like this because people will just, like, you'll say things like that, but can you link an article? Can you give a quote? It's just, we make these assertions without any data. Like, we make these assertions without, like, it is possible that what we are remembering about a situation, myself included, is not exactly accurate. Like, it's just frustrating because these conversations often, like, dissolve into emotionally charged perspectives of characters and the way that Blizzard affected X, Y, or Z character, and they kind of lose any actual analysis, and it's pretty frustrating. There's no empirical evidence, there's no quotes, there's nothing. It's just Alex Afrasiabi said or did this, and we assert that has had some kind of gigantic impact on the perception of Sylvanas' character, and we don't really know that that's true. We don't really know that that's true. Even if he did say that, it's like Alex Afrasiabi is now the arbiter of Sylvanas' character and, like, the way that she's perceived. It's just frustrating. Of all races, playable or not, which would you like to find out more about? The Jardidan. It's Twitter Andes, who all do the Yas Mother, Slay Queen, you were always innocent and got miswritten, who have massively warped people's perspectives of Sylvanas. I think it's a lot of different factors. People like to throw easy blame on Afrasiabi because he's a shitty person, and people just accept it because of that. Definitely not defending him as a person, by the way. Yeah, I would agree with you. It's a bit of I don't want to say it's a scapegoat, but it feels like an easy excuse to basically drop all nuance when analyzing the character. I don't know about you guys, but I'm a big Afrasiabi fan. I don't know if you're being serious or not, but I think that there were things that Afrasiabi introduced to the WoW lore that I did like, but I can't say I'm a fan of Afrasiabi. The guy's a total fucking asshole. The guy is not a good person. In a game this big with a writing team this big, I think you have to have a healthy level of accepting that there will be a little inconsistency. Sure. Can't judge Zereth Mortis though, because I actually stopped at Korthia. That zone was so bad it made me stop the game forever. I like ZM a lot. I think it's one of the better zones. I don't see it this way. Could we have more time with her? Sure, but the quest signs we have with her show growth of her being, and they live their lives even when we are not around. You can't show everything in a game. Oh, you're talking about Lillian. I think this is why too much of the main storylines lack depth. The Warcraft campaigns, the world, shorter storylines in the books ooze depth, but it rarely carries over into the main quest lines because they're willing to gloss over character development just so Blizzard can use popular characters with whatever content they're pursuing. I think that it comes down to the fact that every piece, all the character development that is occurring, I don't know if this is a solvable problem, so I'm not saying this to be dismissive, but they can't put it all into the game. Like, World of Warcraft is meant to be consumed with the different types of media in mind. Like, if you're someone who really cares about the development of a character's story, Blizzard has set it up to where, like, you're gonna want to read the short story. You're gonna want to pay attention to the novel if you care at that level. You're gonna want to watch the comics. You're gonna want to pay attention to the stay a while and listens. And I think that an MMO as a storytelling vessel might not be that good. Like, it might not be that good. Because the development time that goes into building things out for an expansion. So, I think Blizzard has this is not a new thing. And this is one of the things that frustrates me is people talk about this like it's new, but it isn't. Blizzard has long made this game in a way where if you want the full spectra of character development, you need to read the other media. And it doesn't even mean you have to read the novels. A lot of the time that's not even necessary. But you, at the very least, should probably be reading the short stories. Like, that are free on the website, right? And I think the common complaint is that, like, oh, they should put that into the game. Okay. I think that the flaw with that I see is that that's not actually going to solve the problem. I don't think that's going to solve it. Like, one, you can tell stories with way more locations, passage of time, character expressions, and internal dialogue that you can't really achieve in the game. Not without tremendous fucking development input. It takes a lot of fucking time. And they just put out so much of it. I don't know. There's definitely been times where I'm like, that would have been cool as a quest line in the game. But at the same time, like, there's already a lot of content in the fucking game. And I just don't know. I just don't really believe.
The year of the Lawmaster.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter. I just don't believe that putting it in the game is actually going to get people to interact with it. And what I mean is, even if it's in text format, I just don't see that. You're also asking people to author you a story or short story that works when it's out of universe, right? When you're reading it from your perspective and like out of universe, like, it makes sense, but you'd have to write it completely structurally different to put it in the game. And so it's, I don't know. It's like a problem that I see, but I don't know what the solution for it is. And some people seem to think like, oh, just put it all in the game. I really don't think that's the viable solution. I would like it simply to eliminate the excuse for interacting with lore, but people have excuses for interacting with lore even when it is in the game. So I don't think that eliminates, people are always going to come up with an excuse. That was really our goal with Sylvanas, to create enough plausible deniability in the actions she's committed where she can still have a fan base, where she could still have people supporting her actions and saying, well, of course, she's doing that for the Horde. I've heard these discussions on the internet about she's going off the rails, but is she? Is the quote, just find it interesting, an interesting aspect of the topic. Well, the irony of that, Hrogdar, is that I'm literally one of the people who remained a Sylvanas loyalist. So he's not wrong. Like, that's what you kind of have to accept here, is that you might not like it, but he's not wrong. That absolutely was the case. If it wasn't, then no one would have remained a Sylvanas loyalist, but they did. Not gonna lie, most of the fans defending her aren't defending her because of her moral deniability. I will use myself as an example that it exists. Like, I feel like you guys are really missing a key aspect of Sylvanas' like character. Like I don't get it. I really think that you're missing how fucking traumatized and fucked up she was that led her to thinking that what she was doing was the correct choice. People don't seem to grasp that. And that there are people like myself who went down the same kind of like mentality of like, yeah, let's use death. Like maybe this is the answer. Like let's reset it. You know, these horrible atrocities that have been committed, like, you know, maybe it is a necessary evil. Like there is a level of like plausible like deniability there. Again, I think that you guys kind of reducing this to just like Twitter Andes and people that are memeing or whatever. I just have to say that like I can't really agree with you, because I can use myself as an example of someone who is not one of those people and who fell into the traumatized trap that Sylvanas also fell into. Sylvanas has a deeply emotional storyline. It's like, it's really fucked up. And I just don't think that it's very much appreciated. My favorite Sylvanas was her during Kata when she was committing equally as atrocious acts, but most Sylvanas fans would defend her no matter. See, again, when you say most Sylvanas fans, I feel like that's a dishonest generalization of the fan base. Like, it's being oversimplified because it makes it easier to like accept. It's an easy answer. Most of the Sylvanas fan base would do X. Well, we don't have a way to quantify or even gather feedback from most of the Sylvanas fan base. So I don't really know what that means. That doesn't hold any weight to me. That's not a point of data. That doesn't mean anything. How often do we see people react to IRL problems with "we should just burn everything down and start over" without ever really considering what "burn it all down" means? Yes. Yes. I only reacted to one Aurelian Soul thing and that was, I don't even remember what it was. I don't remember what it was, but I reacted like one A-Soul thing like months ago. So no, that was not old. That was all recent. I recorded that like 5 days ago. After having read the Sylvanas book, I would have burned down Teldrassil too, to make a change for the better in the future with the help of Zoval. See, again, I can't really get in line with that. Like, I still don't think that act was the correct one. I think that, the jailer just took advantage of how fucked up Sylvanas was. And again, it's just like, this is Sylvanas' story is one about trauma, fracturing, and being manipulated and taken advantage of, while also falling deeper into her despair. Like, it's immensely fucking tragic. And I don't think that people, when they sit and think about this stuff, I really just don't think that enough thought is being put into what happened to her. Like, people way too I just think they try to paint this as though it's some simple thing when it isn't. It's not simple. It's not simple. Are you planning to react to the lore of Freljordian demigods? Eventually, yes. You playing 2077 today? Maybe later. Purely anecdotally, most of the defense I see for Sylvanas in-game is due to pretty petty reasons. Such as, I think that also explains why there is so much outrage and confusion regarding her arc in BFA and Shadowlands. They had a shallow comprehension of her that boils down to how cool or hot she is. True Sylvanas fans who respect the lore would never have been shocked and would appreciate her for her moral complexity. It's not measurable data, but surely you've noticed this too. What I am trying to comment on here, which I think is being missed, is that I was literally one of those people. I have more videos about Sylvanas Windrunner than any other YouTuber. I would be willing to put money on that. Okay? So, I literally was one of those people that, like, how do I put this, man? I did not have an appreciation for the complexity of her character. I feel like I was still pretty big lore fan, pretty true fan of Sylvanas, but I wasn't picking up on the underlying themes of what was going on with Sylvanas, what she had gone through. I didn't really grasp the gravity of the events of Edge of Night. I didn't put myself in her shoes. So I don't even know what I'm saying at this point. There's some that defend her based on complex story issues and some that defend her because waifu reasons. I just don't even know why we're having this discussion. Like, I'm kind of lost at this point. Why are we even what are we talking about? I'm gonna be honest, I'm a little lost. Like, what are we discussing at this point? Because it feels like we're trying to, like, write off other people's opinions about Sylvanas because we want to just reduce them to Twitter waifu bait. Like, yes, there are people who see it like that. There are also a lot of people who don't. So it just doesn't make sense to me to reduce this argument to those perceptions. I don't get it. Like, we all agree that it's more complicated and like emotionally impactful than what some people make it out to be. Like, I don't really understand what we're talking about. He knew exactly how to play her, reach for her rest of empathy for her brother Lyrath and her sisters. Sylvanas wanted to reshape the Shadowlands so that no one would suffer eternity alone on some perfect rock. I don't personally like how Arthas is presented in Shadowlands, considering how Sylvanas is. It's revealed that their stories are more similar than we thought, and Arthas is perhaps less to blame for what he did. But the narrative only has sympathy for Sylvanas. This is one of those takes. This is one of those takes. You did play Sepulchre, the first ones, right? So you know about the cinematic. You realize the difference between what happened to Sylvanas and Arthas, right? You know about the whole soul-shattering thing and Arthas doing things bad before he ever picked up a Mournblade and Arthas being a snotty little fucking prick even before any of that? You do acknowledge that? Their stories are not the same. But Sylvanas realizes how, with her actions, she did become more like Arthas. Arthas is not a redeemable character. He was an asshole even before he was dominated. Period. That's why Anduin is literally the better version of Arthas. So, I don't agree on that point. That's fine. You don't have to. It's okay to be wrong. I don't know what to say. Like, he was arrogant. He was petulant. He didn't respect the authority. Clearly, with the Uther situation. He just... like... he betrayed his own people and mercenaries that he hired to go to Northrend with him, burning the ships and marooning them there, basically dooming them. He ignored the council of Myrmidon because he was too hell-bent on trying to find a solution. He ended up becoming a bigger problem. He didn't treat Jaina very well either. He was pretty manipulative of Jaina and not a great partner. And he didn't listen to her counsel either. So Arthas was right. Yeah, maybe for like 10 minutes. Yeah, maybe up until the culling of Stratholme, sure. When you guys make excuses for Arthas, you sound like me when I used to make excuses for Sargeras and try to justify how burning the cosmos would solve the problem. Like, that's insane. Like, I think it's just weird to say that there was no sympathy for him when so much of his story is wrapped up in the people who tried to save him until they couldn't, because he was not redeemable. He's the lesson of what not to do. In Warcraft 3, one of the first lines of dialogue is Arthas telling Uther that his father hopes that Uther's teachings will rub off on him. I wonder why. I wonder why. Culling was a good thing. You're just doing dog shit rage bait, dude. You're just doing dog shit rage bait. That's just edgelord shit from people who don't want to talk seriously about the lore. What should they have done to the people then? I don't know. Maybe taken the ones who hadn't turned into undead and were trying to flee through the front gate and maybe corralled them with the army of paladins that they had with them. I don't know. Maybe not gotten tricked into racing against Mal'Ganis to kill as many people as quickly as possible. Maybe not that. You know, considering that this was not an actual disease, but a magical affliction that affected them as a result of them consuming infected grain, maybe you just, I don't know, quarantine the people who didn't turn into undead and stand around them in a big circle, and if one of them turns into an undead, you kill them. I mean, Arthas literally goes in alone instead because he's like, this entire, remember, he says the word entire. This entire city must be purged. Like, Stratholme had massive gates splitting the town in different quarters. Quarantine would have been easy. Yeah, instead, Arthas is like, let's just kill them all. Better to be safe than sorry? Yeah, except when you murder innocent people. Like, the fact that you guys aren't able to like, understand that, it's so mind-boggling. Like, do you think that I'm incapable of understanding where Arthas's mindset was and why he made the decision that he made? I'm not sitting here saying, like, yeah, I don't get why Arthas chose that. I don't understand, like that doesn't make sense. Like, that's just a big story flaw, obviously. Like, no, Jesus fucking Christ. I understand why he did it. I just don't agree with him. But you guys sit there and you're like, oh, you know, well, better be safe than sorry. Well, it was right. It was a good thing. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, man. It's just insane. Like, one side is able to consider the other's perspective and the other one is not. And instead, you sit there and you're like, oh, yeah, it was a good thing. Like, get the fuck out of here, man. Yeah, just killing fucking people that may not have been infected. Yeah, great fucking solution. That's awesome. What the fuck? There's a reason that Uther and Jaina were like, I can't be a part of this. I can't stand here and watch you do this. So you're basically telling me that Arthas had the right of it, and that Uther and Jaina, they were just wrong, and that their perspectives didn't matter. Let's say we go with the Care Bear option. You're such a fucking idiot. You're no longer worth having a discussion with. You're a fucking idiot. I don't even need to read the rest of your message. It's so fucking dumb. You're so clearly just such a Arthas fucking simp. You don't even want to fucking consider the other options. You have to reduce them with terms like Care Bear. It's so fucking idiotic. It's so dumb. The fact that you answered this long was insane. It's low quality bait. See, and that's what you guys on the fucking internet like to do. You just want to write off everything as bait. Oh, it's just low quality bait. It's bait. It's rage bait. You guys don't seem to comprehend that this motherfucker actually thinks this. Like, you think everyone's just rage baiting, that no one has a dumb fucking opinion, that no one can actually just be acting without a sense of nuance. Garrosh was also right. True Horde. Yeah, this guy's a fuck. Now it's just low quality bait. See ya, dude. Go spend your time somewhere else. You're a fucking idiot. Decimus, just ban him. Like, why would you even fucking bother with a timeout? Now he's not showing up in the chat, so I can't fucking ban him. Just ban him. This is why you can't honestly engage in conversation about Arthas on the fucking internet. Because you get people like this. And when someone does have a fucking bad take, you get people that write it off as like, oh, they're just baiting. Because you can't comprehend that there's people that actually think this, but the truth is, they do. Like, it would be nice to be able to just not give anyone the benefit of the doubt. And as soon as I think someone is acting in bad faith, just permanently ban them. But that's not a very good way of operating, in my opinion. I don't think that's very useful. Want me to just put a block term on Arthas? No. No. Close the gates and burn it all. Yeah, you're just a fucking moron, dude. My opinion on Arthas is unchanged, but I'm willing to concede here. This has been all been talked to death. It's fine that you have that opinion on Arthas, but feels like you're being a bit more forgiving than what you should be. And you're trying to equate Arthas' storyline to being exactly like Sylvanas when they're not. It's not the same situation at all. Arthas literally turned Sylvanas into a banshee and bent him to her will. So yes, there are similarities, but ultimately Arthas was down a path of darkness before he ever picked up a Mournblade, and no one turned him into a banshee against his will, did they? So, you know. If you knew more about Sylvanas, you'd be able to elaborate on her flaws before she became a banshee, but I don't see any of that, which is a bit ironic. I could tell you about it. Sylvanas was pretty arrogant too. She was pretty, vain. And a little bit naive, especially in her young age. She was beautiful and she knew it, and she used it to take advantage of people and get her way a lot of the time. There are things about Sylvanas that are not great personality traits since before she became a banshee too. That's what's being argued here. The whole, like, literally the characterization of Arthas throughout Warcraft 3 is that of a petulant, disrespectful to authority, spoiled lord who has a one-track mind on the best way to save his kingdom, which can paint him in a noble light, and people choose to see that only instead of acknowledging his mistakes and failures as a person, a prince, excuse me. As a person. Like, and to say that Arthas had no sympathy given to him, I think that's kind of wild, especially with the final cinematic of Ice Crown Citadel. Like, and just so we're clear, like, I don't think Arthas deserved a comeback. Still, he could have been sent to Revendreth for atonement. Except that when you're afflicted with the powers of domination, you go to the Maw. Because that's where the power's coming from. It's like an anchor. Like, Arthas, and well, to be fair, he didn't just go straight to the Maw. Uther put him in the Maw. So I guess maybe, you know, if Arthas didn't fucking break Uther's soul in half after being dominated, then I guess it wouldn't have been that kind of situation. But unfortunately, Arthas didn't have the willpower or the consideration of other people's opinions or input on the situation to not pick up the cursed blade! Like, literally, Muradin reads off the plinth that it's cursed. And Arthas goes, I'll sacrifice anything to save my people, after literally murdering his people and then marooning the forces that he recruited to help him on the fucking, in the frozen norths of Northrend to save them. Like, what the fuck? What are we talking about? I'll take upon any curse. Like, guys, you have to understand, Arthas and Sargeras are stories about people who are overtly self-righteous and take upon burdens that they need not because they're not willing to accept help from the other people around them who have different ideas. Like, that's one of the core themes of their stories. They don't listen to other people because they're too arrogant. It's the same with Odin. He's too arrogant. He doesn't want to listen. He doesn't care about other people's opinions because he thinks he has the only correct answer. This is not an opinion. This is a direct, intentional story theme of these characters. It's repeated over and over again. Anduin could very well fall into the same trap if he wasn't willing to listen to the input of people like Thrall. That's the point. Arthas did not respect the people around him enough to listen to what they had to say. All he cared about was being the fucking hero and trying to solve the problem himself. It's not a good personality trait. Can there be something noble in there? Yes. Arthas had big I alone can fix it and I'll be remembered as a great king vibes. Yes. Yes. And it's okay that he's flawed. Let me be clear. It's okay to like Arthas's story. I'm not saying you shouldn't like it, but to try to make excuses for his clearly flawed personality is intriguing to me because he had opportunities to correct it and didn't. Do you think that there's any mentor that could have helped Arthas if Uther couldn't? No. No. This is exactly what I was talking about earlier, where like the unfortunate truth is that there's some people who don't change because they don't want to. They don't care. They don't even see the flaw in what they're doing. It's like if I looked at my anger and was like, yeah, I really just don't think I have anger problems. I really just think that you guys are all wrong and that you're stupid and that you should just fucking listen to me. That's what Arthas is. It's like if you don't want to be helped, if you don't want Jaina to help you, if you don't want Uther to help you, you're not going to let them help you. But I will also say it's not like Arthas is the only one who made a mistake. Uther made mistakes too. Uther should have directly intervened. If you lose your station, fuck it. Who cares, man? You can't let him do that if you think it's the wrong thing. Especially as the fucking paragon of justice. You can't just stand by and watch that happen. Uther gave up too easy. I'll say that. And Uther deeply regretted that, clearly, right? There's pretty deep-seated trauma for these characters as a result of their actions. Uther blamed himself in a lot of ways. He deeply blamed himself. Jaina was haunted by her lack of intervention too, not being able to save Arthas. So again, it's one of those things where, like, could the characters around him have done more? Absolutely. But that's not an excuse to just be like, yeah, well, Arthas did nothing wrong. That is an idiotic fucking take. And I'm sorry if that hurts your feelings, but that's my opinion. That's my opinion. Multiple people made mistakes, but Arthas, I think, made the biggest mistakes of any of them. It's well written. It is well written. And again, I can understand why Arthas made the choices that he did, but it doesn't mean that they were the right choices. And it's genuinely sad to me when at the end of ICC, he looks up at his father and says, "Father, is it over?" Like, it shows how far gone he was. But I can't agree with this assessment that Arthas has been shown no sympathy, because frankly, Arthas is not the main fucking character of Shadowlands. Up until what point the choices were actually his? Up until he picked up the blade. In my opinion, until he held the Mournblade, every decision Arthas made was his. Had he been manipulated by Mal'Ganis? Yes. Yes. But being manipulated is not always just a permanent excuse for doing bad things. Is there a level there where you're like, damn, it is pretty fucked up that he was manipulated by powers way beyond his understanding? Absolutely. Absolutely, but you should be able to still look at the action that you're going to take and judge whether or not that is the appropriate one. You can have someone whispering in your ear that you should murder someone, but ultimately you're the person who chooses whether or not to murder someone. You understand? You don't get to use it as an excuse. Now, sure, I think in the eyes of the law, you have things where it's like there's coercion, there's things like that can happen, and there's greater details that go on there, sure. But when people discuss this, they don't seem to discuss it with that level of nuance. They want to just disagree and make it out to be like Arthas was just in the right without any nuance themselves. They want nuance towards their point, but not the other way. It's just, it's how it always goes. It's how it always goes. It's how it always devolves. I want you to look at it from my perspective with great nuance and detail, but I will not do the same thing for you. It's wild. I will also again remind people that Shadowlands is not about Arthas. Arthas had his story. In fact, they basically didn't do a goddamn thing with Arthas, besides having him thrown into the maw by Uther as a result of the actions that were taken under the effects of domination, which I will fully admit are not entirely his fault because of how domination works. Yes, obviously. But it's about the people that he affected, right? So Arthas comes back for the short where he's thrown into the maw. Okay, not that fucking surprising. People then start to develop this thing in their fucking head where, oh my god, Arthas is gonna come back. Oh my god, like, the redemption of my favorite character who definitely did nothing wrong. Like, what? Anyway, Arthas comes back as a result of having what little remained of his soul infused into another Mournblade that was then taken by Sylvanas willingly and forced upon Anduin Wrynn to dominate him. He manifests in the Zereth Mortis fight against Anduin Wrynn as the Fallen King and Lich King, and we have to fight, you know, the manifestation of this remaining fragment of Arthas and the scourge that he would summon, right? So we get kind of like another cool little like Lich King fight or whatever. But ultimately, Arthas's soul, like Zoval's, is basically fucking spent. There's almost nothing left of it. As a result of everything that it's gone through, all the subjugation at the hand of the sword, which I can again fully separate from the action. Like, I see Arthas in two different periods. There is pre-Frostmourne Arthas, and there is the Lich King. As soon as he gets Frostmourne and puts the helmet on, it's not even Arthas anymore. Is Arthas in there somewhere to a degree? Yes, but it's really not Arthas. But you can't just ignore all the stuff he did before that and be like, well, he did nothing wrong. That's fucking stupid. That's fucking stupid. So Anyway, his soul ends up flickering and fading while a group of people, the most affected by his actions, huddle around him, reflecting upon the hurts that they have endured and mistakes that they themselves have made, which had been extrapolated on through Uther's storyline in Shadowlands and Jaina's in BFA, and reflect upon how these traumas and mistakes of the past came back to haunt them, and how they need to accept and learn how to move forward from that. Right? So Shadowlands and the finale and how Arthas was used was more about showing how he affected these people and how they were supposed to move past it. Sylvanas reflecting upon it and realizing, holy shit, I basically became you. I hated you so fucking much, it was the only thing that drove anything I did. To the point where when I found you and figured out that you'd already been defeated, I killed myself. And then, given this new purpose by the pact with the Valkyr, I've decided to pursue another way. However, unfortunately, I willingly, unlike Arthas, see, this is why Arthas and Sylvanas aren't even the same. Because while Arthas made bad decisions, he didn't, and he wasn't willingly serving the evil. He had been, he hadn't seen beyond the shadow. Does that make sense? To Arthas, there was always this shadow in front of him that he could never see beyond. And the manipulation of Mal'Ganis pulled him toward that shadow, right? With Sylvanas, the veil was pulled off. She could see what she was working with. She could see the powers that she was working with, and she decided to do it anyways. She did it anyways. She literally did it willingly. I would say at least Arthas didn't do it willingly. He was tricked. And yes, Sylvanas was tricked too, but the reason why she was tricked was different. It was similar, but it was different because Sylvanas, kind of like Arthas, because they were both pretty arrogant, had been blinded to any alternative. This was the only way to solve the problem. Right, so I think that this perception that Sylvanas is made out to be some kind of paragon and is like forgiven or given sympathy more than Arthas, I just can't agree with that. I just can't agree with that. Like, no, she's literally punished by given a fucking, a charge of setting free the souls that she condemned to the maw. Like, she's not forgiven. No one has forgotten what Sylvanas did. I just don't get the perception that, like, she was given more lenience than Arthas. I don't get it at all. I don't get it. Arthas's blindness in action took the course of a couple years, right? Sylvanas repeatedly made bad choices for over a decade. Again, Sylvanas' soul was also severed. It was literally split. And while that doesn't excuse her actions, she had fallen into this trap due to trauma, mostly because of Arthas, that had convinced her that she didn't have an alternative. See, I think that's one key distinction between Sylvanas and Arthas. Her trauma and a lot of her bad decision-making is, unfortunately, the result of being turned into a banshee and dominated against her will, and having her soul severed. A lot of Arthas's bad decisions were just his personality. If you're not gonna like acknowledge that, I don't know what to say. A lot of this comes down to the fact that that's just kind of who Arthas was. Again, it's not trying to, as similar as they were, and as much as Sylvanas recognized she had become like Arthas, the circumstances are different. There's way more pre-Frostmourne Arthas than there is pre-Banshee Sylvanas. Yes, and I'd be willing to bet that if they expanded upon pre-Banshee Sylvanas, there's probably going to be a lot of people who don't like her. I believe when you read Edge of Night, it pretty clearly says that she's oh so vain. Sylvanas was very vain. She was banging fucking hot, and she knew it. So just think about, Sylvanas was kind of like Queen Ashara in some ways. She appreciated her own beauty. You know what I mean? Like, that's the kind of person Sylvanas was. She was a haughty elf. So, and if that doesn't change any opinions, fine. I guess I don't really give a fuck if it changes your opinion or not. But ultimately, like, the stories, while similar, are still different. And the purpose of the way that Arthas was used in Shadowlands is not meant to draw sympathy to him. And honestly, you know what? Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Maybe you're supposed to look at what happened with Sylvanas and reflect upon what happened to Arthas and go, ah, man, it is pretty fucked up what happened to both of these people. It is pretty fucked up. And maybe you are supposed to have an aspect of reflection and think about, like, okay, well, maybe there is, like, maybe Arthas wasn't, you know, maybe I'm too hard on him. Like, I'll concede that. I'll concede that, but I will also just throw out there, and people are not going to like this, and I get it, but just because we perceive it one way does not mean that's the truth of what it is. Right? So you can think that, you know, no sympathy was given to Arthas and that Sylvanas was given too much sympathy or whatever, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's the case. Like, and that doesn't mean that that was the intention of the writing. But people always say, well, you know, good writing sparks discussions and shit. Yeah, okay, whatever the fuck you say. Whatever you say. This is why people want black and white writing, so that they don't have to sit and have discussions for hours about the morality of a conversation or of a storyline. People want to be able to just say, yeah, it's good, or yeah, it's bad, and then be the end of it because it's easy and they don't have to have the dialogue. I get it. I get it. It's good to have a sense of right and wrong. It's good to have a sense of justice and injustice. I understand the desire. But at the same time, it's fucking exhausting to have conversations about it when it is portrayed as a way that is gray, because oftentimes you're only going to get that from some people that are committing to the conversation, not everybody. That's the way I feel about it anyway. Man, the Arthas taunt works every fucking time, dude. It never misses, dude. I think the reason why it never misses is because I desire so deeply for people that blindly simp for either Arthas or Sylvanas to think about it at a deeper fucking level and realize that they're both very flawed characters and people who have made very poor decisions. And I'm not even sitting there asking for the other people to just blindly condemn Arthas and you know, not even consider the way he grew up as a factor in his behavior or anything like that. I'm asking them to fucking see the middle ground, and it just so often seems like they don't want to do it. They don't want to do it. It has to be painted black or white. It's like there's just no... I'm not asking you to hate Arthas. I'm just asking you to acknowledge when he fucked up. And I also do believe that there is an underlying sense of, I like this character, I'm attached to them, so I'm going to be less forgiving to other characters and more forgiving to this one. I just think that bias is an obvious factor in how people are willing to analyze characters. You know what I'm saying? And people kind of treat it like they're not biased. And it's like, yes, you are. We're all biased. Literally everyone is biased. I recognize that I'm more biased towards Sylvanas. I openly admit she's one of my favorite characters. I openly admit that. But it doesn't stop me from recognizing where she fucked up and went wrong. Like burning Teldrassil. I can't comprehend that. Like, I can't comprehend that. I understand why. I understand how the manipulation got her to that point, but still. You got to be able to recognize right and wrong. Like, you can't be cemented in an extreme view like that, like she was. And that is a fucking flaw. There's no way to, in my opinion, there's just no way to justify it. It's wrong. She shouldn't have done it, period. She shouldn't have done it. Just like some of the things Arthas did. Anduin is the redeemed version of Arthas, but typical Lich King fanboys love to make fun of how effeminate he is. Yeah, it's a lot of times it's because, again, they think that Arthas didn't do anything wrong. They think that's how you should be. You should just completely ignore your life partner. You should ignore your mentor. Yeah, that's how you should be. That's what a real hero does. He disregards everyone else around him and does everything he can to solve the problem on his own. Yeah, that's a good hero. It's just it's ridiculous. You saw how that went for him. I love the comparisons with Anakin and Arthas, but Arthas doesn't garner that sympathy the way Anakin did. Always a slave, etc. Redemption never entered my head for Arthas, though. Never. It's because Arthas inherently comes from a position of privilege and power. You know what I mean? Arthas wasn't some downtrodden slave labor fucking person who, because of that, you went down this path of seeking power and whatever. Like, he was a self-righteous little shithead who didn't want to listen to anyone else around him, and even disregarded through very disrespectful means people like Uther. It's just different. Their starting points are the opposite end of the spectrum. So it's definitely hard to have sympathy for someone who kind of had it all. I mean, his partner's Jaina fucking Proudmoore. He's mentored by the Paragon of Justice. His father's the King of Lordaeron. What else could you give this guy? Thanks, Dryadkill. What else could you give him? You couldn't give him any more of an advantage. But unfortunately, it seems that in some cases that advantage can also be blinding. Because again, the way he grew up, what he was allowed to get away with, the way he didn't really respect Uther, those are all factors in why he behaved the way that he did. You know what Arthas needed? He needed a fucking reality check. He needed some shit, and unfortunately, by the time he got one, it ended his nation. Arthas needed someone to break up with him. Arthas needed a fucking a severe fucking talking to by his father. Arthas needed Uther to check his ass, but he didn't get that because unfortunately, his position did not afford anyone the ability to do that besides his father, and his father didn't do it. Not in a way that got through to Arthas at the very least, which is why he offloaded that responsibility onto Uther. His actions leading to Invincible's death as a child should have been a wake-up call. I would imagine that his father could be a very similar type of person, but frankly, I don't know enough about Tyrannus Menethil to make that assertion. I mean, but you can hear it, think about this, you can hear it in the way that Tyrannus talks to him in, the opening, cutscenes and the ones where he's telling him, that one day you will rule this land and all this bullshit, you know what I mean? Fucking Lion King or whatever. It's his father seemed pretty fucking arrogant too, so I guess maybe it's just a flaw of royalty in some aspects, but he completely shut down Medivh, didn't want to hear him one bit. His father was also kind of an arrogant. Rewatch that Medivh warning cinematic. Well, sure, but also from his father's perspective, why would he listen to the dribble of some unknown prophet? It's who the fuck is this guy? What are you saying? That's very common. You get the guy who has a little bit of deeper knowledge, who tries to warn you of it, and everyone writes him off. That's an extremely common trope because they think he's insane, right? And because we disregard people who we consider insane, because we have always not taken those situations seriously, yeah, look what happens. The very forests of Lordaeron whisper the name Arthas, right? It's just very pompous, and I don't know. If someone turned from a bird into a person, I might listen to him personally. It's perspective, I guess. And this is I think one of the big narrative things that WoW has always had, but shifted to be more overt about recently, is that how do we break those cycles? If Arthas was the way that he was because of the arrogant structure around him and his father and the lack of disciplinary action and stuff, How do we stop that from occurring again? Because otherwise, this is just going to happen again. You know what I mean? It's just the cycle is going to repeat. How do we notice the signs ahead of time and do something about it? Right, and that's like one of the big things with Sourfang and BFA is how do we break the cycle? How do we stop things like generational trauma? How do we stop it? How do we stop things like generational poverty? How do we solve issues that continue to repeat themselves as a symptom of themselves? How do you stop cycles of hatred and war? You think that you solve hatreds between nations by killing each other? We just have to kill them better than they kill us. That will solve the problem. Like, and there are people who seem to think that that's actually the solution. Grin, thanks for gifting a sub. There's people that seem to think that's actually the solution. How you solve it is you just eradicate the opposition. Like, holy fucking shit. Holy fucking shit. Hold, Ambassador. I don't know who you are or what you believe, but this is not the time for rambling prophets. Our lands are beset by conflict, but it shall be we who decide how best to protect our people, not you. Now be gone. Tyrannus fed into the idea that only he could figure out things and to not trust experienced advice. Wasn't there a timeline where it showed endless wars destroyed Azeroth? I believe so. I think that's in the Dawn of the Infinite dungeon, and I'm pretty sure that in it exists like the what is it, like the fucking, it's like the Grand Alliance and like the something horde. It's like the Dark Horde or some bullshit like that. It's like the world is ravaged by endless war and conflict. Mid knew this reaction was gonna come, which is why he didn't waste time going to find someone else. Medivh, you mean? Yeah, status quo with royalty. Yeah, Arthas was pretty fucking set in his ways. The same way that Sargeras was set in his ways, the irony of which is that he perceived that the Pantheon was set in their ways. Even though Sargeras came to the conclusion that the only way to solve the problem was to burn the entire universe. Yet he had the idea that everyone else was set in their ways and wouldn't see reason. Isn't that fucking ironic? Only his extreme, impulsive solution was the correct one. They had not seen what he had seen. They didn't know what he knew. So they were wrong. That's how Sargeras thinks. That's how Arthas thinks. I just think you gotta be able to listen to other people, especially when they're really important to you. If the most important people in your life cannot get through to you, that is a bad sign. So again, the fact that Jaina nor Uther could get through to him is a very bad sign. Those are the people that if you're gonna listen to anyone, you have to listen to. Varian being willing to have conversations with Anduin and show that they can actually learn from each other raised Anduin into such a good man. And I love that dynamic. One of my favorites in WoW. You know what I've also noticed that occurs a lot? The mother is dead. Or gone. You notice that? That's pretty... I find that to be a interesting thing. The mother figure, and you see this a lot in like Disney too, where like the princess or whomever's mother dies, and they're not present. So Tiff and Rin, like, Thrall's a little bit different because he was sold into slavery anyway, but, you know, the mother figure is often dead or absent. And I kind of have a feeling that there's kind of some, like, background narrative there that, like, this is kind of what happens when you're only raised with one kind of mentality, you know what I mean? Like, there's a level of missing affection and shit like that, like compassion and empathy that might exist more on the other side rather than the hard-headed perspective of like a warrior or the arrogant perspective of a king. Not to say that queens can't be arrogant. That's not what I'm trying to say, but I'm just trying to say, like, maybe the influence of some other parties would have been good. Varian's approach to parenting by Legion honestly takes on a lot of the traditional motherly aspects of parenting. He had to fill in where Tiffin couldn't anymore. The advice and conversations he has with Anduin, and that's a really cool thing to explore, I agree. Wasn't Jaina's story all about that in BFA? The cinematics with her father and her mother and the difference of reactions? Sure. And sometimes it can be inverted, but maybe it's kind of a commentary on how, like, you know, it's really hard for some people, not that it's impossible, but it's really hard for some people to cover both sides of the spectrum. Her father was extremist versus orcs, but her mother's more understanding. Well, yeah, but her mother was also extremely spiteful of what Jaina had led to and ends up, like, charging her with crimes. I'm pretty sure. Like, do I have that wrong? Has to be a story trope. In fairy tales, there's always a king and the princess his daughter, but the queen is just gone. Yeah, it's definitely a trope. I don't know what the trope is called, but yeah. Anyway. I could rant about this shit forever. It's exhausting. Tyrannus failed Arthas almost as much as Arthas failed his kingdom. If Arthas had a father like Varian, he likely would have grown into a much different man. Well, I think that's also a symptom of the difference in the kingdom. Like, Lordaeron is certainly different than Stormwind, especially in how Stormwind was a lot more independent, less involved with the affairs of other nations. It's called missing mom trope. There you go. Well, if you have different parents, you're bound to grow up differently, to be honest. Obviously. The commentary is more on why, how the parent influenced them to grow, rather than just saying the obvious, like, if he had a different parent, obviously he'd be different. Yes. It's more about what that difference resulted in. In a lot of media with mothers who have passed away, you tend to see childhood scenes where the child experienced empathy and softness with their mother, and the moment their mother passes, they grow colder under the more harsh parenting of the father. And I think that in and of itself kind of turns into a commentary on how those fathers were raised. The expectations that they have put upon them as well. It's funny because some people will perceive it as, oh, men equal bad. That's not really what it is. And that's why, I mean, Varian changes this trope by a lot. His letter to Anduin and Legion shows this explicitly. He's not taking the cold and harsh approach. Varian's really good. Well, Varian also had a soul split. And was forced to reflect upon the different aspects of himself. So Varian went through a lot of stuff that made him kind of question himself and analyze himself in a way that a lot of other characters do not. And it's got to be really hard for someone like Varian, because ultimately, Anduin's your only son, and after losing Tiffin, he's your only family, really. So you could see how pretty quickly you could become very overprotective of someone like that. And want to command them and tell them what to do because you know best of what to keep them safe. You know what I mean? How to do that. But Varian was able to grow past that. Realizing that his son could teach him things too. That's right. Varian saw a lot of Tiffin and Anduin and really respected it. probably latched onto it as well, too. But I think one of the big issues with WoW's narrative is we can sit and have these discussions, right? And recognize how complex it is. But does the game do a good enough job at showing the same thing to people? I don't think it does. So even though the story is deep and has tons of nuances and has a ton of meaning and different tropes and themes and stuff, most of that I don't think is being portrayed to the average player. And so I can't really blame people for thinking that WoW is not deep. Because as far as the game itself goes, sometimes it doesn't appear to be. But, how do you solve the problem? Because what Blizzard has often done is they write short stories. They make animatics. They write novels. But the thing is that people are not engaging with that. You have some people that are, and so they may develop a deeper sense of appreciation for the story. But if you look at it, as many people do, as just a video game, is enough of the story present in that video game for it to be as impactful to the player who only engages with the video game? No. No. But I'd also be willing to bet that they never intended for it to get this big. They never knew it was going to be like this. The thing that irks me is when people act like it used to be like that and now it isn't. No. If anything, the in-game storytelling has become more fleshed out and detailed. More cutscenes, more voice acting, more this, more that. Almost across the board. But TBC had superior storytelling. Hey, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. It wasn't really until XIV got big that the heavy lore story focus came in. You mean with WoW? I mean, I feel like there has for a long time been a lack of like lore and story focus, at least from, you know, people who I've interacted with the fan base. Like, there's a reason there didn't really used to be that many people doing lore content creation or speculation content creation, right? I don't mean that in like a WoW stole it way, and more just that like it was never a focus in successful MMORPGs. Yeah, I can't really agree with that. Can't really agree with that. I would say Mists of Pandaria. I would agree. Like, I feel like Wrath of the Lich King was, in terms of how it related to the Lich King Arthas, but I don't think you had like a cohesive main story quest line. You know what I mean? Where I feel like that's been a thing in retail for several expansions now. I would argue that Mop was the first time WoW really got story focused, at least for me. Mop was brilliant, the best the faction war ever was, too. Like, people may say Wrath, but it's all hatched from Warcraft 3, really. Wrath felt like a fan service expansion of the Warcraft 3 TFT. Yeah, and I get it. It makes total sense. I mean, that's a pretty big threat up there in the north that you're going to want to take care of. You know? If you want my opinion, if they really wanted to just write Arthas and the Lich King story to an end right then and there, they wouldn't have had Bolvar put on the crown. But ultimately, they chose to continue that story arc back then, otherwise that never would have happened. They could have ended that in 2009, but they didn't. Excuse me. I think that's what makes Mist so glorious too, is how original and innovative it was. Just dropping somebody like Lei Shen like that, it was just so good. If you took the time to read and figure and understand, you know, why Lei Shen was a threat and who he was and what he did, and they started incorporating more direct and obvious Titan lore at that point. Not that Wrath didn't have any. Lei Shen was well written and well presented. Originally, most of the lore and story had to be woven together by the player. It wasn't spoon-fed. I mean, I hate to say it, but a lot of the lore is still kind of like that. It's not spoon-fed to you, like understanding energy dynamics in the WoW cosmos or Murmuration Paradox or cosmic structure. That's not stuff that's spoon-fed to you at all. You have to read books. You have to like pay attention on a deeper level. They don't spoon-feed that to you. Do you think the contention between classic Andes and retail players is retail telling a better story, whereas classic tells a story you don't actually interface with? That has suggested to me that these players aren't playing the same games or care about the same things. It's interesting to me because when I play some of the classic quest lines, the themes are often basically the same. But I just have to be honest, man. I can't escape this perception that some people don't remember or that they didn't actually engage with it deeply originally either, because they kick and scream and throw their fucking binky around at story themes and tropes nowadays, but don't realize that those have been in WoW for a long time. They're just showing you like more obviously through the production of a main story than they did in the past. Like, people cite the Defias Brotherhood as like good, you know, storytelling or whatever, and it's like, do you even realize what that story is? Do you realize why the Defias Brotherhood formed, or the fact that we're basically like shutting down a rebellion in the name of this of like royalty because these people were basically like betrayed and hung out to dry? Like, it's annoying. It's annoying. It gives me the impression that there's a group of players who think WoW's story now is soft and soy and woke or whatever, and they have this like rose-tinted view of what it used to be, but that they don't actually know what it used to be. They just have this image in their mind of what it was. This like nostalgic view that is not real. And I don't know how to interface with people like that, because it's like it almost never fails that when you ask for their opinions and specifics on what they're describing, that they can't give it to you. And that it devolves into very surface level things. And honestly, I hate to say it, it often ends up devolving into some weird misogynistic shit or racist shit or some just weird shit. It's like, okay, dude, how the fuck did we get here? How the fuck did we get here? What are we talking about this now? Like, what the fuck? I don't know. It's very difficult. I don't know how to, I just don't know how to, I don't know how to have a conversation. And that's just what they do tell us. Sometimes I marvel at how massive swaths of lore feels redacted until the time is right. I mean, you gotta keep some cards close to your chest in order to incorporate new content and stuff. But at the same time, like, it is a conspiracy. Aren't you looking downwards while they feel the same about your take on that? I don't know what that means. If you're going to ask me a question about why I like or dislike something, I am going to be able to intricately and deliberately tell you with examples and quotes and citations what I do not like and what I like. Okay? All I'm asking for is the same thing. If someone asks you for feedback on something and your response does not illustrate that you have actually engaged with it, like, do you see the problem? Having an opinion does not mean that you know what you're talking about. That's the thing. We can agree and disagree on what we like and don't like. That's not a problem. But when you talk about it in a way that makes it clear that you objectively are not familiar with the content, how do you have a conversation? It'll devolve into, like, I think that there might be some information kind of missing from what you think happened. And I think that maybe revisiting that content could be beneficial. And then people get mad because you're basically telling them that they don't really know the content that they're referring to. And they get mad because, you know, they know, you know. Again, it's just like having an opinion doesn't mean that you know the content that you're having an opinion. I can have an opinion on the way that gravity works, but there is a way that gravity works that I can't escape, literally. So, like, people treat stories and literature as though there is no analytical truth to it. There is no objective, like, analytical, pragmatic way of looking at stories, and that's not true. There has, I think, developed this perspective that having an opinion is enough. But having an opinion doesn't mean that you know what you're talking about. And you can't have, as someone who has studied something and knows about it, it becomes exceedingly difficult to have a dialogue with someone who thinks that they have, but hasn't. It's really frustrating. And again, that exists regardless of opinions. Like, even if you have, like, a very, like, annoying opinion of, like, WoW is woke now. Okay, explain to me why WoW is woke. Okay, well, there's too many female characters. Okay, and why is that woke? What is the issue with that? Usually, it stops there. At the end of the day, it's still two opposing opinions. You're not getting what I'm saying, man. You're not understanding what I'm saying. It's, God, it's so insane. It's so insane. It's not just two opposing opinions, dude. It isn't. Objective literary analysis is not about opinions. There's different interpretations in the meanings of certain things, and there's what you like and what you dislike. in matter of tastes, it is opinions. But what people do now is they act like story and literary analysis isn't a thing. It is. There's a science that exists that some people are evidently lacking. That's the thing. That's the thing. You can have an opinion on why you like or dislike something. No one can argue with that, right? And even if at the end of the day, they try to give a reason for why the logic behind why you dislike it is invalid, you can still dislike it. That's fine. But if you're going to try to define why you dislike something with information that is not correct, then you're probably not going to be given much like credence or attention for your thoughts. It's like I can give an opinion on the Amazon rainforest and preservationist activities there or whatever, but ultimately I don't know about it. Backed by evidence at this point remains an opinion? Oh Christ, dude. I mean, tomorrow Blizzard can turn the story upside down and your evidence was wrong, so it was still an opinion. I'm just playing devil's advocate, not saying your way isn't the correct one. By trying to use a disqualifying, like, not real situation to try to say it's wrong. Like, you're basically saying, oh, well, technically anything can change, so there's no actual facts. Facts don't exist. Because technically it can change tomorrow. Like, no. What we know right now is what we know. When it changes, we can have that discussion. But you don't get to just be like, well, that's just your opinion because it's only true right now. It's still true. Right? Like, what we understand about gravity could change in 50 years. But right now, what we know about gravity is true. It's what we know. You're wrong about gravity because it could change tomorrow. Like, that's just not how it works. Gravity is called theory of gravity. A theory is a well-substantiated, systematic explanation for observed phenomena built from facts, laws, tested hypotheses, and inferences aiming to explain why or how something happens. A theory is not an opinion. Even a hypothesis has a layer of reason why you believe it. Otherwise, it's an idea. What you want to do is, instead of studying and actually learning more and developing any level of fluency for what you're discussing, you would like to just say that it's an opinion and that none of it matters. You are choosing to remain in ignorance because you're not willing to put the effort into learning. That's it. It's like you're arguing against a scientific method of analysis because you don't want to put the effort into learning it. And so you think that your opinion that is not based in evidence, but rather vibes, is equal to evidence-based pragmatic analysis by people who are using well-established rules and methods to come to conclusions. You think that those things are equal. Guess what? They're not. They're not. Those things are not equal. Coming to an opinion as vibes and taste and something backed by a scientific method of sorts, even if it's literary, are not equal. They're just not. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to have to be the one to tell you that, but those things are not equal. I hate to say it. The theory in science starts out as a hypothesis. When confirmed by experiments and observation, it becomes elevated to a theory. If it isn't confirmed, it's rejected. Scientific theory is not a guess. You know, some people seem to think it is. You learn something new every day. A lot of people think like that guy out there. Use it as a learning moment. And I get it. It's not fun to be corrected. It's not fun to like be told that you're wrong. I get it. It sucks. But you gotta like learn from it. You gotta try to make some kind of fucking, you gotta take something away from this. God, I hope you take something away from this. People conflate the use of layman's theory and scientific theory. They're completely different applications of the word. Which is honestly part of why I don't even like the fact that people that I have in the past and people continue to use the terms lore theory. These aren't theories. It's speculation. Yes, some of which is based on evidence, but this is no theory. It's not real theory. So there's a conflation between a very simplified layman's term and an actual scientific term, and they think they're the same thing. Like, what I do is not World of Warcraft theories. It's World of Warcraft lore speculation. I'm speculating based on the information that I have. There's no laws here. There are some, actually, that are purported to exist in the game, like Ogden's Law, for instance, which the Arathi have, right? So if that's true, then maybe that's a law that we can operate in universe, right? But ultimately, like, it's not theory. Literary theory is also pretty complicated. Like, as a person with an MA in English, lol, but they are structured ways of analyzing text which often are not objective fact, but they're ways of trying to understand things from different angles. At the end of the day, for me, it doesn't even boil down to who's right. It boils down to who is using actual methods and techniques to deduce information and to try to make assertions. You know what I'm saying? That's the difference. So, just, again, as an example, writing off something because you think that it can change tomorrow does not devalue. That is not an acceptable method of analysis because it's hypothetical. It hypothetically could change, but it hasn't. So we work with the information that we have, period. That's just, you can't discredit people's arguments because it could maybe not be true tomorrow. No, you discredit it when it does change and then you have evidence to support the claim. That's how that works. You do use the scientific method pretty often throughout your speculation, to be fair. I appreciate that. I don't do it, consciously, but I think it's kind of built into the way that I try to treat situations now. Because you need to have evidence. And part of providing evidence and using scientific theory is also looking for information that disproves what you're saying. And that's why I make the arguments against Sargeras, because the way that his character is portrayed is not the way that I wanted to make him out to be. Period. As much as I wanted that to be the case, I had to detach myself from that cognitive dissonance and from that biased perspective born of my desire for what I wanted Sargeras to be, and I had to learn to start accepting what he actually is. Because otherwise, we'll just never see the truth. We'll come up with excuses. We'll come up with reasons here and there and everywhere to justify the actions instead of looking at it for what it is. It is actually just the natural progression of languages and etymology that theory often is used as speculation now, and you can argue that they often do just mean the same thing. Just don't also try to argue that scientific theory is the same thing. Fair enough. And again, not again, but I'd like to say that I don't think that I'm fucking smarter than everyone else. I don't think that I'm some arbiter of a greater fucking truth that is here to enlighten you on the way the world works. I'm still naive about a lot of fucking things. There's a lot of shit for me to learn and for me to accept and to grow and move past. But I've just experienced personally a lot of almost like revelatory moments in the last like 6 months to a year where I've had to come to kind of accept the deep emotional like motivation behind certain character experiences and actions and start looking at it for what it is rather than what I want it to be. See the world for what it is, not what you wish that it was. You have to be able to see the truth as well, because if you can't, then you're just going to live in a lie. And unfortunately, it seems like there's some people that would prefer to just do that because it's more comfortable. But the thing is, no one stands to lose anything by learning to admit characters' flaws. To bring this back to Arthas and Sylvanas, you're not losing anything. It doesn't make you stupid. It doesn't make you a bad person. It doesn't mean that like it's okay to be wrong. Like it's okay to reflect on it and go, yeah, maybe I had the wrong idea about this character. Maybe they did fuck up and I give them too much lenience, and realistically, like, while I can see some things about them that are admirable, I can also now clearly see some things that are not so good. But there appears to be people, of course, as there will likely always be, who are not able or willing to do that. And that's frustrating. I'm on a soapbox, I apologize, but it's just like, this topic, I feel like this always comes up every fucking time that we talk about Arthas. And again, no, I don't want it as a block term because I think that this discussion is important, as frustrating as it is for me. Basically, it just boils down to, once again, if you're not going to be a person that cites their sources, that provides quotes, that gives examples of what they're talking about, that describes the reason or logic behind the decision or viewpoint, and you're just going to throw out opinions and expect that those are going to be treated with the same level of respect and consideration as people who are doing all those things, you're not going to receive what you're looking for. And why should you? Why should you? If we're going to sit there and you're going to say, I like that car better as red, and I'm going to say, I like that car better as blue, our opinions are equal. There is no difference. But when we get into the point of analysis and using information as sources, it's not the same anymore. Once we're making an actual like academic attempt at argument and to show evidence for what we're talking about, it's not the same anymore. It's not. Like, for instance, to come back to this again, if you want to say that Sylvanas was given more sympathy than Arthas, you need to actually formulate an argument based on facts that corroborate the claim. Right? You need to be able to produce pretty quickly, because otherwise, how do you know this? You need to be able to produce examples that support your argument. So I need examples of Arthas being given no sympathy and Sylvanas being given excessive sympathy. I would also kindly ask that you look for information that disproves what you're saying. Moments where Sylvanas was not given the level of sympathy that you thought, and moments where Arthas was given more sympathy than you think he is. That's how you actually prove something to be true. Or how you recognize that maybe it isn't true. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. Desire to know the truth not the thing that makes you feel good. That's what I would ask of you. And I will also say it's not easy. It's not easy to do that because it's uncomfortable often. And people get into the mindset of questioning their morals or questioning how they perceive things. And honestly, fucking good. 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 More of that, please. More self-reflection, more moral questioning, more consideration of the idolizing of characters and people who have done bad things. More consideration that maybe we wrote off too much of what they did as a good thing. Like me with Sylvanas. Oh yeah, burning down Teldrassil's totally logical. Like that, yeah, she's trying to use death to fix everything. Yeah, that's totally fine. Until you realize the suffering of the Night Elves and how fucked up that is. And you go, okay, well, wait a second. Maybe, and then, you get the people that try to reason. They try to reason it out. Well, maybe the suffering was worth it. No, I'm sorry, but like if the answer that you're going to come to is that we have to murder a bunch of people in order to solve this particular problem, I think that you could probably find better solutions. That should be like the last fucking, that's the very last resort. Her own literal simp follower, Nathanos, looked at her and was like, are you sure? Her literal in-universe simp boy was like, really? Are WoW in-game morals the same as IRL? Well, morals come down to the person. Morals come down to the person. There's people like Asmongold that think that as soon as you steal anything, even if it's a fucking toothbrush, that you should be locked up in prison. And then that you should be exploited via prison labor and basically become a prison slave. Morality is subjective. But again, like I said in my Is the Light Evil video, we generally agree that killing people is not a good fucking thing to do. Especially if it doesn't make sense in the cut. Like, it's one thing, right? People will always make more of an argument for killing terrorists than killing innocent people, obviously. Someone saw my video and thought, oh, when you said killing is immoral, I almost spit out my drink. It's like, dude, you're missing the point. You don't go to your neighbor's house. You don't go to a school. You don't go places and just kill people. That's fucking insane. Like, we all agree with that. That's insane. Like, there's no way to like, we agree on a pretty general moral compass that's not something that you do. Nor do most of us have any desire to do anything like that. So it's not that complicated when it comes to like generally accepted morality. Obviously, don't rape people. Don't abuse children. Don't steal, right? But stealing is one of those things that's far less consequential, especially if we're looking at like stealing from a corporation, stealing out of necessity, stealing because you're desperate, whatever. You don't rape someone because of those reasons. You do it because you're fucking evil and you don't respect the boundaries of other people's bodies and their own fucking free will. That's why you do that, right? So there are some things that to me are less moral than others, obviously, right? Yes, in-game today, isn't WoW literally a story with lots of war? Isn't real life literally a story with lots of war? Like, why do you, is this a legitimate question? Or do you actually think that characters in WoW don't have moral compasses? They don't have morality because they have war? Like, what? No, most of the reasons why characters get into conflict in WoW is due to morality and subjectivity and perspective. The same reason we get into wars in real life. They have, but they might not align with yours? Yes, you're right, but it doesn't mean that it's impossible to identify when characters do have moral alignments. Like, this is some kind of like, I don't know if it's like I don't know how to describe the argument that you're trying to make, but just because they may not have the same moral compass as you doesn't mean it's impossible to identify what it is. It doesn't mean that it can't be analyzed. I don't understand what you're even trying to say. Stabberstone and Cast, if you guys could stop going at each other, that'd be good. I always laugh when people talk about how sad it is that WoW's illustrating war is bad. Like, war is something we actively want and enjoy in the world. Right. It can, but it might have been moral for them to burn the tree. To do the burn tree sacrifice. Right. I think it's also important that we acknowledge that Sylvanas is being led by an eternal being who some would argue is beyond the concept of mortal morality. But what you have to understand about morality is that just because they might be able to morally justify it from their position doesn't mean that everyone else is supposed to look at it and go, oh yeah, I guess that makes sense. Like, you go in because you think that Muslims are all terrorists and they're ruining our country, so you think it's morally correct to go into a mosque and kill a bunch of Muslims, right? You think that at that point, everyone around you is supposed to look at that and go, yeah, I kind of see his point. Like, no. Like, no. People are going to look at the senseless loss of life as something that's bad. Like, it's crazy to try to, like, justify morality for murdering a bunch of innocent people. That's insane. That's insane. I'm sorry, but, like, your morality, like, that stops being relevant when you start harming other people. If your morality leads you to a place where you think that the only solution is to just kill people, you're not going to have widespread sentiments support for that. That's not going to happen. Can you mute chat already? No, this is a conversation. Like, what the fuck else am I going to do? Run back and forth on this platform saying nothing? Like, no. This conversation is important. This is big boy discussion. This is adult discussion of morality and perspective. Like, this is important. Just because slavery was okay and made sense thousands of years ago doesn't make it morally correct. Yeah, morals also shift. Morals change. You know what? I would say that morals change primarily as your lived experiences and perspective changes. Because I think morality and where you draw the line is directly correlated to your experiences and how you see other people affected by things that happen in the world. So as you grow older, your morality may shift to be a little bit more considerate of other people and what has happened and what's going on with them, because you realize that it's very fucking complicated. You know what I'm saying? What are y'all arguing about in YouTube chat now? What is this? They amass a ton of anima over time, which only gets back to the cycle if they die. If they stay immortal, they cheat the cycle of life and death or its resources of purpose. Still not sure how or why that in and of itself is bad. Jacob, because if you starve the universe of the natural resources that it needs to function at a base level, the universe dies from heat, death, and nothing ever exists ever again. So, to put it simply, do you think that it's good to basically trap the energy of the cosmos inside a little bubble that no longer allows life and death to function naturally and therefore leads to the void in its endless hunger to expand out and consume everything in one final scream of creation, leading to the entropic decay and subsequent oblivion of all things in existence permanently? Especially in a universe where we have cyclical stuff that's supposed to allow the universe to exist eternally and not have something like that happen? Do you think that those things are equal? I think it's pretty clear that they're not, right? I agree with you, but that's my values and your values. My question was in-game characters. Do they share those? And whose morality in game is judging Sylvanas, for example? You're asking me questions that there are answers to. Why are you asking me this? I don't get what you're at. I don't understand. I don't even understand what you're asking. My question was in-game characters. Do they share those? Share what? Share my values? Share your values? Share values with each other? What are you asking me? Whose morality in game is judging Sylvanas' actions? I don't know. Maybe a Tyrande Whisperwind, the one who's literally directly fucking irresponsible for her banishment to the Maw. Like, what are we talking about? Oh, the argument was that the way the universe exists justifies the killing of innocents. I would argue that some other way should be found. If there was no other way, I of course agree. In this, I agree with you, Jacob. And what Mustafa's maybe not getting here is that there are other ways. We could have recognized the flawed hand and united against the fucking jailer and the corruption of the Shadowlands and defeated it without all the murder. Now, just because that's the sequence of events that led us down that path doesn't all of a sudden mean that it's justified or a good thing. That's the exact flaw. This is what it's so ironic to me that some of you are still not getting. That's literally the character flaw that is presented with Sylvanas. She had convinced herself that it was the only way. It objectively wasn't. That's the problem. She convinced herself because she gave in to despair and wrote off her actual free will to basically come up with this excuse for why she could do what she was doing. The Anduin literally recognizes it and tells her, you're trying to give me the choice you never had, but you're the one holding all the power right now, Sylvanas. So make your choice. So it's not like, even if Sylvanas thought what she was doing was right, there are alternatives. People way too easily succumb to the illusion that the most extreme measure is the only one to fix it. And I just think that's stupid, because that extreme mentality will inevitably be met by another extreme mentality that opposes it. You're not getting anywhere. I'm not talking about my personal opinion, just about the cycle as it's portrayed in the Shadowlands. I understand what you're saying. Is there a logic behind what Sylvanas did and how she thought that would change things? Yes. Was she wrong? Yes. Again, I can see why she took that perspective. But there is more. There's other options. She had just convinced herself that there wasn't. And that's what extremism often is. We convince ourselves through our anger, through our pain, through our despair, that the solution that we think needs to happen is the only one that's viable. That's exactly what Sylvanas did. She became a nihilistic extremist. Everything is fated. No one has free will. We're fucked. The only way to fix it is to break the system. She was wrong. She was wrong. It's destructive, and it killed thousands of people that did not have to die in a needless conflict that brought more suffering than good. And in the end, she had to be confronted with the fact that she did it all willingly and that she was wrong. People who can't see that, you can't even say that they're not true Sylvanas fans. They're just such big fans that they're blinded by their idyllic view of her. So basically, she kind of acted like Arthas. Yes, which is why she says in the cinematic where his soul fades away that with every hateful act, she became him. She became him. She effectively, without the helmet and the sword, became the Lich Queen, willingly. She had given up what was possible for what she thought was inevitable. And because of that, she had basically come to the conclusion that no other solution was viable. And she was wrong. She was wrong. In that light, it's a dick move that the jailer gave her back part of her soul only right after she came to realize it and it was too late. Although in the end, it wasn't too late. Yeah, and honestly, you might even consider that, like, it is a dick move, but you also kind of have to wonder if that's a little bit of a remnant of Zoval in there. She did help him accomplish his goal. You returned something stolen from me. I suppose I'll repay you in kind. So he does give it back to her, but then he leaves her to their mercy, right? Assuming that they're gonna probably just kill her. Because the jailer Zoval probably views us as like, they're full of hatred. They're full of a desire to destroy this person. Even if I give her this soul back, it ain't gonna make a difference. She's fucked.
he probably did not foresee that she would be involved in his downfall. He thought that he had the plan all sealed up, right? He thought it was all nicely wrapped up with a bow. Which is why he said, "Can you even fathom how long I've waited? Every pawn put into play, you know, all this bullshit." He's quite certain he's gonna win. But what he didn't account for was the power of free motherfucking will. So, something that Sylvanas had that she unfortunately used for the wrong reasons. Eternals underestimating mortals, tale as old as time. Yes, something that can be analytically recognized in a ton of different media, especially fantasy media. Yes. Even as far back as Tolkien stuff in the Silmarillion, same trope arises. Even between the elves and the humans. I love when hubris is the fall of a villain. It is so often the fall of a villain. So often. It's the fall of Gul'dan, and it's funny because so often, from their perspective, they're standing there telling us that we're arrogant. Gul'dan did it. Kil'jaeden did it. They're not the only two, but it's funny that that's how they see it. Because they're equally as arrogant. Was any of Zoval there, do you think? I think there was about as much left of Zoval as there was of Arthas. I think that the final cinematic after we defeat him pretty much proves it. The memories that still exist there, the final words, finishing the sentence of what he had said in ages past. There was definitely an echo of Zoval there, but how much? I think that's a pretty common theme too. There was barely any of Zoval left. There was barely any of Arthas left. There was barely any of Argus left. These are souls that are annihilated by the fact that they've been dominated. It literally feeds on their soul and consumes them entirely. Domination magic is fucking evil. It is fucking evil. It suppresses them, it influences them beyond their control. Only with the right willpower and memories that can allow them to break free, like with Anduin, can they break free of it. Once they're trapped in it, they're fucked. So you have to have people come together to try to support you and save you, otherwise you're fucked. A direct negation of free will seems the most immoral power of all. We'll buckle the fuck up. Because we're not done yet. Leave it to Blizzard to be the only ones who write domination and chains as a bad thing. Yeah, right. Anyway, sorry that it's been like such a long rant. It's just like, this shit is, I think it's important. It's important to discuss. What's up, J-Wild? In that light, it's a dick move that Despite witnessing the broken cycle of life and death with your own eyes, still you would stop us from remaking this flawed system. What a pity. She was so far gone. And what's so ironic about that, Ed, is only after she gets the other part of her soul back, after the fall of the jailer, does she begin to realize what really happened to the Shadowlands. Only now. Only now. The irony about the Titans is that they have an opportunity here, and I think they will take it, to write the Titans as very moral beings. They are very moral. It's already illustrated in Chronicle by the way that they bind themselves to codes of temperance and swear oaths and all that stuff. They are moral beings. They have morals. They do. Even if it exists as an edict or a code or something like that, they do have it. The irony, though, and this is how it goes, I think, is that no matter how moral you think you are, or how moral you might be, when your morality leads you to actions that exist at the extremes, you're no longer doing something moral. It is possible to be so good that you're bad. That's what I believe. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. And I have a feeling that the Titans really thought that what they were doing was right. And guess what? Every extremist does. Every single one. Zira thinks that what she's doing is right. Sargeras thinks that what he's doing is right. Zoval thinks that what he's doing is right. The Titans think that what they're doing is right. The list goes on and on. They all think they're right. But because they are extremists and are not able to consider each other's perspectives, they tighten themselves and lock themselves into one and only one perspective. Because to them, they have convinced themselves it is the only way to solve the problem. This is why World of Warcraft is built with moral relativity, and why there has been a focus on getting people to consider how even moral actions, like some might argue with Arthas, even though I think he was a shitty person, can lead us to doing things that we shouldn't. Sargeras' ultimate goal is to save the universe from the darkness, but the way he plans to do it is by eradicating life. So again, the moral perspective blinds them to the truth that their only extreme solution, being the only solution that's viable to them, is not the truth. We would accomplish way more. Imagine what we could have accomplished together. Imagine what light and shadow could do together. Imagine what order and chaos could do together. But in order to work together, there has to be a measure of acceptance. And if there is no measure of acceptance, empathy, compassion for the other perspective, they won't work together. World of Warcraft is full of extremists. Just like I'm starting to realize real life is also full of extremists. Some of which try to masquerade as centrists. They're not. They're extremists. Because they have absolute solutions to things, and that's the only way to solve them. They don't realize it because they try to self-define in a different way, but they're wrong. They're extreme. If there's only one solution to a problem that isn't scientifically backed by an explanation related to some type of scientific analysis that leads you to the conclusion, and other people corroborate this and agree that that's the fucking solution, then having just one solution to a problem is probably not fucking correct. Only Sith deal in absolutes. Centrism is often right-wingism in disguise to seem more palatable. True centrism is realizing there's a problem and being able to accept that both sides have points on how to solve it. Not saying that you're in the center, but that one side has the right answer. And dismiss the other perspective entirely. When you only have one solution, every problem starts to look like a nail. Yep, and you just solve it by hammering it. This is a hard-learned lesson that I've had to come to accept in recent times because of some bullshit that, you know, it's just some shit that I was dealing with personally. And I've come to realize that in some ways, I've discussed this before, even I became an extremist. Where there was really only one answer, and if you don't accept it, I'm going to scream at you until you accept it. That's not how you make anything happen. That's not how you make anything happen. Real change and real alteration of perspective comes from empathy and compassion, and discussion that is respectful and gets to the point of issues. When people go into things in bad faith, or in order to clickbait or to fucking rage bait, there's no purpose in it. They're not intent on solving a problem. They're intent on continuing to contribute to the polarization that led to the problem in the first place. But people, I think, have become so, frankly, I don't even want to use one word I want to use is like indoctrinated, so to speak, in their viewpoint that their solution is the only one, that any level of discourse with the opposition is basically impossible. It's impossible. And until people are willing to see that from the perspective and experiences of other people, that there may be something of substance, at least to why they feel that way, and be able to speak to one another in a way that allows for a middle ground to be found, nothing is going to happen. Everyone is going to continue to be polarized extreme, and not everyone is like this, but the problem will not fix itself. And what I've learned, if anything, in World of Warcraft, is that as one cosmic power at its polar extreme fights against another, it gets an equal and opposite reaction. The harder the light pushes, the harder the void pushes. The harder order pushes, the harder chaos reacts in kind. The harder life pushes, the more death pushes back. That's just the way it is. So instead, life and death have to learn to work together and find a sense of unity because, frankly, they rely upon one another. The Horde and the Alliance have to work together and find a sense of unity because, frankly, without each other, we're all fucking dead a long time ago. Order and chaos have to find a middle ground and accept the necessity of either and both of them. But because they don't, we as mortals who sit at the center of the different confluences of morality, we just shit stomp them. Because what we realize is that these cosmic entities who wield these cosmic powers, which may otherwise have no morality to them at all, ascribe certain moralities to them and use them to justify their extreme actions. And guess what? We as mortals are the ones who have to suffer as a result of that. So, we stop them. None of them are good. And from their perspective, none of them are evil either. But ultimately, if your solution requires the complete disregard and eradication of the other side, then I don't think it's a good one. That's just my belief. And it goes both ways. I find that people who only have one answer to a problem are usually the ones looking for the easy way as well. Well, what I also find is that there's people, especially on the internet, who express extreme perspectives and they say things, at times myself included, that they're never actually going to follow through on. Like people that say, look, people that say that the way that we solve the insurance problem is we just assassinate more insurance CEOs. Okay, right. Are you going to be the one that goes out and pulls the trigger on that? Because if you're not, then I guess you might as well shut the fuck up. I mean, if you don't, it's just one of those things. People talk a lot. They talk a lot. They talk a lot, but they're not going to do shit. So it's like, you don't have that much conviction. You obviously don't believe it that much because you're not going to fucking do it, are you? So don't act like that's the solution. And don't act like it's the moral one because you know that it's not. There has to be another way to fix the problem. Just going out and killing people is not the fucking solution. You can apply this to a lot of different fucking situations in the world right now. And again, the more that you push back with violence, the more that the other side's going to push back with violence. It's going to come back to you. YouTube comments saying they're going to hack you and steal all your info. Oh, I'm sorry, what? Two-step thought process. What problem me solve with violence? Horde and Alliance do work together since vanilla. It's called Twilight's Hammer Cult. No, that is not what that is. That is not what that is. People yapping with no action coming from it. Yeah, people just like to talk shit and take a moral stance and then not do a goddamn thing about it. But you'll notice I'm not sitting here saying I'm gonna go do any fucking extremist things. And there's a difference. Let me be clear. There's a difference between someone coming into the stream and being like a raging transphobe and me being like, hey man, have you considered a different perspective, or trying to give an argument on that, and then they continue and then I ban them. There's a difference between that and me screaming at them. One of those things is an extreme answer. The other one is not. Trying to have an earnest dialogue with someone to try to change their mind or at least give them some perspective, and screaming at them because you think they're wrong and you hate them for it, that's not going to net you. You're not going to change anyone's mind that way. And if what you really want to do is get more allies, you're not accomplishing that. There might be people who look at it and go, that was fucking based. I'm glad that you fucking yelled at that guy in your chat. And that's great, but that's also kind of extreme behavior. So again, this is to say that I'll remain an ally. There's no question about that. But am I going to try to change people's minds by screaming at them and telling them that they're a shitty person? No, I don't think that's going to be very effective. So no, that's what I'm talking about when it comes to like extreme reactions and behavior. And there are people that take the standpoint that like well, the extreme solution is the only way to fix the extreme problem. Well, I guess if that's the way you want to boil it down and be an extremist, then I guess then that's your prerogative. But like, regular people are not going to, they're not going to find that amenable. And you yourself can very quickly become a tyrant by thinking that way. Jumping to conclusions, labeling people in ways that you shouldn't because you're not considering the nuance, because as soon as you can label them a certain way, you can basically ignore all the specifics of why they think that or why they view it that way. It's just not, it's not progressive. It doesn't help solve problems. This is ultimately why I come back to the idea, this nihilistic idea, frankly, that humans are like cursed in some way, or that we just haven't been able to evolve beyond this fucking flaw. We are so blinded by our own perspective, experiences, and emotions that we can't see the other side of things at times, and it's a fucking problem. And it goes both ways. It doesn't mean you have to just accept that the other side is right and that's how you find the middle ground. No. But you have to find compromise. That's why the word compromise exists. How do we compromise? So that both sides feel heard and so that both sides feel like they, you know, one isn't always just conceding to the other all the time, because that's how polarity exists. To be fair, we probably evolved to be afraid to do things, and having this extremely fast technological and social progress in less than 10,000 probably doesn't help. I agree with you. I think it's really hard. Like, evolution takes fucking hundreds of thousands or millions of years. It takes a long fucking time. And so my fear is that we've reached this like boiling point where our evolution of our body and mind is not happening quickly enough for the way that like social things are changing. And so it can cause polarization and cause extremely tribal behavior, especially with how the internet allows us to operate with anonymity and in the most vile, repulsive ways that you can possibly fucking think of. And I think it's, I don't know what to do about that. I don't know what to do about the fact that socially, and in some cases scientifically, we are advancing much more quickly than we are physiologically. I don't know what to do about that. I don't know. I don't know. It leads me to the belief that we're just going to destroy ourselves. Because what the fuck are we going to do? I don't know. Griffin, thanks for subbing for 34 months, man. I appreciate that. Not sure if there's matters or on purpose since I just got here, but you're still in just chatting. Oh, I'm definitely meant to be in just chatting right now. I know I have World of Warcraft in the background, but I think it boils down to community cohesion. America is not a community. You go to a small island village somewhere and it'll be a very different experience. People aren't raised to care about other people in first world countries. We develop the need for other people out of our lives. Sure, and I think that you can look at like data charts that suggest that people that are more conservative tend to have the views more like a village would, and people that are more progressive or liberal even have views that are more worldly, right? So you're thinking about the microcosm and the macrocosm. Both are equally valuable, you know? Having healthy relationships and meaningful relationships with friends and family and neighbors is valuable, but it's also valuable to consider the worth of human life on a grander scale, right? Both of those things I think are like important and necessary to think about. But oftentimes you'll have one or the other. So, and I agree, like globalization in terms of communication and cultural overlap can pose problems. Sometimes those manifest from people as very racist things in terms of why it's a problem, and they don't... some dog whistling and shit that goes on there, which is rather unfortunate. But at the same time, like, there are some struggles that are not connected to those types of perspectives. I forgot about swatting. That shit is a vile. Absolutely. A lot of difficulty happens when one side is like, hey man, live your life, versus the other side being like, I don't think you should exist. Yeah, but I also think it's a bit easy to boil it down to and make it out to be. And I think this is the problem with social media. Social media, I think, falsely gives the impression that more people think something than actually do. And because of how social media works as an echo chamber, both positive and negative, and feeds you content that you agree with from perhaps a pretty specific group of like-minded individuals and things that you vehemently disagree with, I think that it can give the impression that that is some kind of widely adopted view. It's why people that watch Asmongold think that that is some kind of common view and that, 50% of Americans share those exact same sentiments. They don't. They don't. You're just being convinced by the relevancy on a certain platform that that's the case. That's just not true. And the thing is that it should be afforded nuance, right? There are people that surely do agree with some of what someone like Asmongold says and disagree with some other things that he says. It's too easy to put things in a box and be like, oh, it's all good takes, it's all bad takes. They don't think you should exist, they think you should do whatever you want. It's black and white. It's just not like that. It's just not like that. There's so many people in this country and in this world that don't interact with this at all. It doesn't mean that they don't think those things, but just because you see popularized extremist views polarized on the internet doesn't mean that that's a common thought process either. It's way, way more complicated. There are things that Asmon says that I agree with. Can you believe that? There are things, like when he says that, if he had a trans child, that he would try to understand, where they're coming from, why they are like that, but that he would support them. And his chat fucking hated that. But then I hear Asmon say that you should lock people up in prison for even the most petty of crimes like stealing a toothbrush from a store, and that you should use prison labor to exploit them. And I'm like, what the fuck? That's not being a centrist. What the fuck is this? That's an extreme take. That is extremism. What the fuck is that? Right? So it's more complicated than black and white, dude. It just is. It just is. Asmon said liberal women are at fault for how much illegal aliens are in the country before. Asmon also thinks that women should stay out of video games and that they have games like Pokemon and fucking, whatever I don't even know what it's called, Farmville and shit, and that they're the reason why games are worse now. Because there's women working for these companies and they're putting in too many female characters, and it's all that, like, that's what he thinks. I think Asmongold just despises women, to be honest with you. Like, he never regards them well for anything. He never gives them credit for anything. He blames them for why video games suck. It's just like, I think that he just he just views women in a toxic way, which isn't that surprising considering he sits in a fucking room in a basement all the time, and the only girl I think he's ever dated was like an e-girl or something. Like, it's just like, why did, like, and you get these droves of like weird people on the internet. I'm not even gonna put a label on them, just people on the internet who think the same way, and they think it's women. And there's been women developing games for years, and they have no idea. Like, he says things like games are being made that so everyone can enjoy, right? And he doesn't like that. He wants it so men have the games that they like and women have the games they like, because Warhammer 40K isn't like explicitly something that draws more attention from men, right? Like, there's not games that do this, right? Like, it's annoying as fuck. It's annoying as fuck. It's like, it's just, you're not living in reality. You have this polarized perception now that everything that you like has changed and different because women, and you're not realizing that there are plenty of games out there that are pretty explicitly designed for more masculine audiences, and other games that are more obviously designed for more feminine audiences. And there will be overlap. Who fucking cares, dude? There's women in this world that are much more masculine and hardcore than you. Stop trying to make it out to be like they're fucking ruining the integrity of all video games. That's dumb. His shit lives rent-free in many of our heads. We shouldn't give him the time of day. You're right. But it's also like, it's okay to kind of like call it out a little bit, as long as you're not screaming at your monitor, right? Because then they can't make you out to be a fucking psychopath, right? Which is what they will do. And again, I feel like a lot of this started happening after the Amber Heard trial. But rest assured that even though the guy streams to 25 to 50,000 people, That's still not that many fucking people. Does it dwarf my audience? Yes. Yes. My audience also has a great amount of intellectual conversation and genuine intrigue, and they're not arguing in bad faith about things 90% of the time. So yeah, of course. But the way that the internet works nowadays is people think that if you're not the biggest streamer that you're irrelevant, because populism is a fucking thing. Like, oh, it's just a popularity contest. I guess if this guy has 50,000 viewers and says some heinous shit, he must be right. Compared to this person who has 200 viewers and says something that's a lot more fucking grounded, I guess he must be wrong. And that's how it works, because frankly, I think a lot of the people that interact with this type of content are immature. They're not interested in actual discourse. They're interested in polarized drama, which is why it's content to them. They don't give a fuck about the implications of what's being said or what it means in like a bigger scheme. So again, even Asmon in the terms of the world population is a significant tiny minority, and the people that watch him are. But again, that's not to say that like just because someone has a low views or high views that anything they say is wrong or right. That's not how it works. You treat it with subjectivity and specifics every single time. I love how you're avoiding all the boards with ropes. That's some shit I do with weight. Yeah, you notice that? I've been doing that the whole time. I just find it like a pattern and I run on it, you know? Whoops. I've been doing it, yeah, the whole time. But anyway, I'm not saying this to like drama farm or to like, that's not, you would know if I was. I'm just saying it because this is my sincere, legitimate view of what is going on. And I think that in a lot of ways, it's poisoning the way that we interact with each other. It's not healthy. This shit is not healthy for our brains, dude. And I really, really think that it is not, if someone like me, and only if I'm right, if someone like me can come to this realization and this conclusion, I'm telling you, people that are hired specifically to do social manipulation on consumers, they know about it too. And they do it intentionally to polarize audiences so that they can bait engagement. It's literally drama bait. It's rage bait. It is engagement farming. Every social media platform has an algorithm that's doing it. And if they're not doing it, they're not making as much money because they know that polarized views and extremism is on the rise and that it gets people engaged, whether happily or angrily, at content. They are monetizing it. They are monetizing our mental health. They are monetizing polarized views. They are monetizing extremism. They are pushing for it, and they have built things that make it more possible and more likely because they're profiting from it. They don't care. People that run these companies like X and Instagram and Facebook and even Twitch and YouTube, they don't care. They don't care. All they care about is making money. We should be so lucky that we have companies like Blizzard and Square Enix that at least try to introduce levels of acceptable morality in what they design, because they could just go all in and do the same thing. It's great that there are still companies out there and developers who at least try to do these things. And they're not perfect. They're not. But we should feel lucky that they do still exist, because there are a lot of businesses out there that are very immoral. And if you want to say that it's not immoral to manipulate people socially and emotionally to make a profit off of them, then we're just going to have to agree to disagree. It was outrage as a business model. Yes, and that has been widely adopted. It is so widely adopted. It's so obvious. When I go on my Twitter, if I interact with one thing, if I reply, if I interact with one thing, I can go back to my homepage and it will be clear that the algorithm has now begun to push that view at me en masse, and also hit me with things that are exactly antithetical to that view, because what it's trying to do is either trying to get me to engage with it because I agree with it and I want to stay in my echo chamber, or rage at it because it makes me mad. It's fucking disgusting. It's disgusting. That's why people on Twitter are so angry and polarized and extreme, is because the algorithm is feeding them shit to agree with, and feeding them shit that is antithetical to that view in order to make them mad and push them further into their polarized viewpoint. I just don't think this is that much of a fucking conspiracy theory. I feel like you can prove this. And I feel like you've seen this become more widely adopted by national news as well. Making shorts on YouTube, it's all about engagement. Shorts and YouTube videos and re-upload and all this stuff, like they're all fucking doing it. Because if you don't get as much engagement and you get left behind. I'm sorry, but the reason why my content doesn't get as much views as it used to is not just because Pyromancer rage sometimes, it's because I refuse to rage bait you. The closest that I've gotten to it in any time in recent history is the light evil thing, and I did that because I was trying to prove a point. You know what I mean? I was trying to prove how the polarized view literally works. It's like meta. It's the point. And it was eye-opening because I didn't realize how effective it actually is. It's so effective. And when you realize that this leads to people not even having to consider facts anymore, you don't even have to get information right. In fact, the more that you get information wrong, the better. Because it's the more people are going to comment to correct you. The more people are going to comment angrily to tell you that you're wrong about it. Think about that. Literally think about that. It's the engagement with media has shifted away from reliability and truth in the source of information to just getting you to engage with it. How fucking insane is that? And that's why I think that, people aren't concerned with the truth. They're concerned with what makes them feel good. It's dystopian as fuck, dude. It's dystopian as fuck. The death of truth is the ultimate victory of evil. Every gameplay mistake is rage bait. Now, that's not what I'm fucking saying, goddammit. Sometimes people are honestly and genuinely wrong or misled, and their intention is not to rage bait you. This is another problem, is that when people get things wrong or they have an opinion that's less than savory to people around them, you guys saw it earlier, someone in the chat, they're rage bait, it's rage bait. The thing is, you can't just start writing everything off as rage bait. You can't do that. Because then there's no intellectual conversation. There's no challenging of ideas. There's nothing. Everything can't be trolling and rage bait. It's just not, first off, it's not true. And second of all, it's so dismissive that that's not helping anything. There are genuinely people who think some of these things. It's not rage bait. And that's another area where I think we've gone wrong. We classify things that we don't agree with as rage bait all the time. I think that you just have to be able to analyze when it's being done intentionally and when it isn't. I think the problem is that people who are wrong say it so confidently. They're not trying to rage bait anything, but it does result in rage because the confidence comes from nowhere. And I feel like there's also the struggle of people thinking that there is no objective truth anymore. Everything is an opinion. Everything's just an opinion. You can't study something and actually learn about it and get the answer right. It's just an opinion. We've also in recent years started to discount expertise a lot. Yes. Yeah. Like thinking that your opinion on, medical advice or law advice or even story analysis is equal to someone who has spent, a decade doing it. It's just like, what is that? Like, you might as well not study or do anything anymore because ChatGPT will just give you the answer. And obviously ChatGPT is just right. You know what I mean? So, like, there's not really a such thing as experts anymore. There's no such thing as people who are more educated in certain things. That's not a thing. Pretty much like, and I'm not even, look, I'll still side with the arguments on like educational gatekeeping and higher learning and shit like that, and fucking nepotism and all sorts of shit. Don't get me wrong. That's still very much a thing, but people that do put in the time to study and actually learn something, yeah, that doesn't mean anything. If someone's trying to rage bait you, actually trying to rage bait them back, it never fails. But then you're just contributing to the same thing. Like, that's not... If someone's trying to rage bait you and you've come to the conclusion through trying to ask questions and find a middle ground that they are rage baiting you, like the guy earlier who ended up pivoting to the Garrosh did nothing wrong true horde, like, bro, that's when it became obvious, okay, he is actually just fucking rage baiting. But just because he said some shit about Arthas before doesn't mean he's rage baiting. Like, you have to be able to figure out if that's actually what they're doing. Light, bad, Zug Zug, smash good. Fairy Tale Part 1 giving me Mosquito, Proboscis, and Blue Dragon Scales as my random items is rage bait, though. That is actual rage bait. I believe a general problem is also people trying to classify everything and everyone without allowing for nuance. Well, and that's kind of one of the topics I was trying to tackle in my most recent WoW video. Just because you see the Scarlet Crusade do some bad shit underneath the light, that doesn't mean the light is evil. Just because you see Urel do some bad shit under the light doesn't mean the light is evil. People go, well, aren't the Naru the light? No, they're not. No, they're not. If you read canon lore sources, no, they're literally not. They're forged during the great ordering of the cosmos. Like, they are holy energy in and of itself is but one shade of pure light that manifests as magic in reality. It's not even the truth of what light is. It's just, it's like, no, that's not the case. And you get people like, the light is evil. The light isn't evil. The light, it's like, oh my fucking God. Like, so many people are missing the point. You're just missing the point. People using eldritch, unknown shades of a cosmic power that to do bad things does not inherently make the cosmic power bad. My God. You're not more righteous for doing bad things or good things with money or with physical effort. It doesn't make a difference. It's about what you're doing. It's about what you're doing and the impact that it has. It doesn't matter if it's light or void. Then you get people that try to make the argument, well, you know, light can heal and, fel can't. And I'm like, are you a fucking idiot? Like, are you a fucking idiot? Do you know about Hellstones? You don't know anything about the siphoning of life energies for warlocks? Like, that? You don't know anything about that? You don't know about Shadow Mend? You don't know about any other healing? Like, it's not, light isn't the only thing that can heal you. It's so fucking annoying. Now, are there magical classes, categories that have more healing spells than others? Yes. But that should show how they overlap, not how they're exclusionary. So fucking annoying. And is healing magic always necessarily good? No, because it can do damage to things like undead and shit like that. Well, Forsaken or whatever. It hurts like a motherfucker to wield it and shit, but... The difference between a heal and a fucking... In my opinion, man... The difference between a heal and a holy shock is intention. Intent. Is your use of holy magic intending to damage the target or heal it? Only good heal spells, Entropic Rift, Void Blast, Void Blast, Void Blast, Void Blast, Void Blast. The difference between medicine and poison is quantity. That's a great way of putting it. But again, people want to look at WoW and all things in a polarized way, where they can easily discern what is good and what is evil, so that they can pick a side and be done with it. Because it takes too much effort to continuously have to consider how power is being used and figure out what the morality of it is as you go. So there's people that look for catch-all instances to say, light is holy, it is God, therefore it is good. Lacks all nuance whatsoever. And I'd get people on my videos saying, like, I just hope they don't take the moral relativism too far. Like, and there was a pretty good point someone made, and I think they're right. They said, like, generally, you have more good characters using the light than evil ones. You may be able to make that argument. You have more evil characters using the fel than good ones. Okay, I think you may also be able to make that argument. I don't think that's necessarily even wrong. But that is still not a pure and true representation of whether or not the power in and of itself is good or evil. It's just not. Fel is also an easier magic to use and make use of because it is a destructive magic. The light relies on personal willpower and thus more effort to use and perhaps more conviction. Did I miss the reacts? I actually haven't reacted to fucking anything. Let's just ignore the Scarlets. Why? Reacted to chat, basically. Did you ever react to Hearthstone cinematics? Some of them, like some of the Uldum ones. I'm just curious why he's saying let's ignore the Scarlets. Like that could mean 5 different things. I'm not sure why he said that. Ignore them, why? I mean that as a joke? Okay. Sally Whitemane though, look, if hot, how evil? These things do not work together. And I hate to say this, chat, but I do have to admit that there definitely is like a level of degenerate Coomer behavior that unironically people value the appearance of a character over their actions and philosophies. And this is what some of you were talking about, like Sylvanas Uwu Simps or whatever on fucking Twitter. They're just not worth interacting with. That's someone that doesn't really value the narrative of the character anyway. Like, and that's why you care about a character than, I don't know. Oh, so most Xal'atath fans? Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you can look at what Xal'atath is doing and be like, she's good. Like, they're gonna position her as someone who had a good reason, had a good intention, wants to restore her world probably, but also was willing to eradicate another one to do it. Oh, who's that? Oh, right, it's Emmett Selk. And that's fine. That's fine. You can do that. Have you gave up on your speculation that Xal'atath was truth? No. Nope. It's just speculation that I think would be really cool. And it's only speculation that I came to because Zaxxas made a short that compared Xal'atath to a Naru. But before that, I didn't even consider her as potentially a former Naru. So, it's not really my idea in the first place. I just added some shit to it. But I think that sometimes these kinds of discussions can leave people with a sense of confusion or kind of, I wouldn't say helplessness, but unsurety on what is good and what is evil. Well, simply put, you judge that based on your own perspective and lived experiences and morality as you see it. Blanketing anything is going to be incorrect. People and the actions of those people should be judged individually. That is what nuance is. When you do blanket judgment and don't consider the intricacies of when, where, how, and why, you're not really accomplishing anything. You might just be making yourself feel better. Why is one of the mythic bosses in Midnight called the Gentrius? Is he Dimensius' Gooner little brother? Why are you telling me about mythic bosses for an expansion that hasn't come out yet? That's my question. It's probably wordplay on the degeneration of the cosmos. Degenerative properties brought about by void. What's up, Mr. Tame?
Hey oh. I am not drowning in work and school for the first time in ages. Bring on the pyro stream.
Yo, what's up, dude? Good to see you. Glad to see you get a little reprieve. If Vlad and he threw a party, oh man, yeah, mean girl energy for sure. Oh yeah. Well, I don't know if I want to react to any League stuff. I don't want to keep that for off stream. What is this?
Hello, everyone.
17 minutes. What the fuck is this? Sometimes people link me some random shit. When the hell are we getting those Warbringer style animations? What do you mean? For midnight? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Is this like something you're just hoping for? Like, we've had them in the past, so I'm just, chat, if it's not obvious, I'm just trying to understand if this is something that has been confirmed via sources that are outside Blizzard posts in the main game, or if this is something that we're just hoping for because we've had them in the past. Because I don't know. When people say things like that, I have no idea. I think he's hoping for it. Got it. You just gotta understand, like, I don't engage with anything outside of official Blizzard posts. So if there's ever anything, I don't know. So we get them every expansion since MOP. I think the ones you're referring to, yeah, we did get them in WoD too, didn't we? With Gramash. You could say the Burdens of Xiaohao is kind of like that. The video where the Sylvanas audio was missing, SMH, what a disaster. Yeah, seriously, dude, what the fuck? It was Lords of War. And then Harbingers. And then Warbringers. And then Afterlives. And then the one with Neltharion, I forgot what they're called. Did we get that for the War Within? Legacy, yeah, Legacy of Neltharion. I don't think we got any for the War Within. Oh, we did get the one with Neferes, but it's in the same style, but it wasn't titled like the other one. Wasn't that all just one cinematic? Dragonflight Legacies. Yeah. Illyria had an anime mini, true. Yeah, Illyria, yeah, so it's, yeah, but again, it's not like Warbringers or, you know what I mean? Those seemed more like one-off than like a series. But I do hope we get them again for Midnight. I would like that. But I don't think it's quite the same thing, personally, not to be a semantic Andy, but... Yeah, I agree. It is. I agree. It's basically just the same purpose. Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, I'm not gonna be like, what, you guys want more cutscenes and cinematics and animated things? Like, kind of losers, man. Like, of course, I'm with you. I want more of that too. Well, I have some random reacts that we could watch. I have shit like, we need to be honest about the MMO genre from the Lazy Peon. I've got me and the boys after watching Edge Runners. The real reason Brennan is so good. It's about Brennan Lee Mulligan DMing and stuff. The 16 PS1 RPGs before Final Fantasy VII, just highlighting some of the other RPGs that existed on that platform that are maybe not as appreciated. There's a do WoW dungeons really fit the map? Part 1, which I can already answer to you. The answer to this question is no. Which is why they use instances. And then just like some other random stuff. So. And then pretty much everything else is League of Legends. Did you watch the Brendan Lee Mulligan Last Meals episode? I did. It was very good. It was very good. I watched the Matt Mercer one after that too, and man, these are just such kind-hearted, just such. I mean, they just seem so genuine and fucking nice, dude. Like, Brennan just has this like air of like chillness about him that I don't think I'll ever be able to replicate. Like, and Matt is just like the most thankful, gracious person. They just seem so fucking nice. And the interviewer's very good. Yeah, he's very good. And the food aspect is cool too, you know? Get to learn a bit more about them that way. I very, very much enjoyed those. The Brennan Lee Mulligan one's so good, dude. I mean, they both are, but I feel like Brennan got to get through more questions. Yeah. Speaking of that, since you guys kind of brought that topic up, here's a video of Critical Role struggling with inanimate objects for 10 minutes.
Oh my god, if you can get it.
Hexblade Warlock.
That'd be great.
Did that hurt?
Oh shit!
Not a paladin.
Cool. All right. So you got that primal origin.
Why did that just happen?
Open beta.
This is an unhinged table already, and I'm here for it.
Pencil.
I'll go now.
Oh, he's already working on an accent.
I am
Here,
Two battles.
you hear the battle going in that way. Glumblet is beginning to charge up its. Actually, let's see if it gets it back. Actually, so let's get a recharge. Yeah, no, it gets it back.
Laura is just so not impressed either. Her reaction. Just, oh, goodness. That's my partner right there.
Famous last word.
Not even surprised.
Who needs coffee?
As I'm holding the dead turkey, can I turn to the group and say, "Don't use death magic"?
Oh yeah, Ninja. It's all Sarah now.
All righty. Getting that done.
Paper cuts his eyes, dude.
That was almost terrible. That was so on brand. That was so on brand.
I need it immediately.
That was so on brand.
That was the anti-Foster card throw.
We had to cut the feed, come back next week with an eye patch.
Yeah.
First of all, are you okay?
I'm fine.
No paper cut? Okay.
Not physically.
Could you imagine paper cutting your eyeball, dude? I'd rather die.
Emotionally, deeply. So bad. I can always count on the universe to humble me every waking moment of every day.
They're trying to gather something. They've got this book back from Vestaragna, from the source. Super mad at myself that I didn't think that he was speaking very.
You're not wrong. They're going to tell us what's going on. I don't think that this necessarily. This doesn't feel like an ambush because they wouldn't be setting us up for this. They'd let us.
You
did it!
It went everywhere.
Wait, you
did it? You broke it?
You snapped it? Oh no!
That's what he gets for being a giant, dude. How do you break a fucking stress ball? Like, what the fuck? The rep tokens in Legion Remix are warband, it seems. So I should be able to send them to my twinks, or because I only have one heavy guard Legion Remix character and I want to increase rep of other ones. I don't think that remix characters can send mail or put anything in the warband bank. So
Over the floor.
Oh my god, yes!
Oh my god.
I'm covered in little water right in my crotch. I was like,
So proud of you, Travis.
a grenade went off right in my.
That's
only after you convert them? Yeah.
You just toot.
That was the. I broke another one.
Travis needs to see a therapist. You're way too stressed out if you're out here breaking fucking stress balls.
My chair's all wet.
Oh no!
Can we just buy a box of them from?
Well, I think that someone must make a really hardcore stress.
Dirty one.
You get to roll in minus a d10 from its attack rolls.
That's true. It's still up.
So it's a 25 to hit.
Where's my D10?
Excuse me?
Vibrated
What have I done?
apart.
What are we doing, FCG?
Oh god, you just break
Please
the
break
chair?
the fucking chair. Dude's barely moving.
Oh, my femur. Incite the fungi.
What are you gonna say?
I'm gonna say. Oh, wait.
I love Robbie, dude. Oh my god. I love Robbie. He's probably one of my favorite players in campaign 4, dude. He and Liam O'Brien and Laura Bailey are probably my three favorites. They're all so good, but Robbie's so fucking funny. He seems like he cares. I mean, they all do, but again, he seems like he really, really cares about the character. I don't know. He's just so thoughtful in everything that he does.
Incite the fungi.
What are you gonna say?
I'm gonna say. Oh, wait. Ooh! I got so excited I broke the chair.
Let's go.
It's happened before.
Oh, it's happening. Is that? I broke it.
It's not you.
I'm doing it.
21.
By the time you got up here, there was no
mass. Okay, got it.
I broke my chair. I'm so excited.
Oh.
And he. I'm gonna break all these chairs.
Oh, half-cocked.
Half-cocked. I like that.
Caduceus,
Yeah.
you're a good guy.
Thanks.
What would a good guy do?
I'm so tired right now.
What the fuck? Was
That's
that?
a very good question. I'm trying to think of how to answer this.
We've all fucking done this, dude. That's the most relatable shit I've ever seen. Yeah, yeah.
She doesn't quite know what she is.
A 20.
A 20. You don't see them in the nearby crowd. In the midst of either the arrival at the... Because you remember them following along with you guys as you arrived here in the rain and you were walking through the city.
Chaos.
I'm with you.
What is happening?
I laughed at her bonking her head and I bonked my teeth.
Okay, hold on. The last 10 seconds is fucking Keystone.
For those who don't know, a lot of these people here are voice actors. For anyone here who's not familiar with Critical Role, that guy right there is the voice of Farak and some other characters. This is Turalian. This is Jaina Proudmoore. This is Illidan Stormrage. So like these are a lot of characters that we know.
Okay, hold on. The last 10 seconds is fucking Keystone Cop City. She bent over,
Yeah, Matt Mercer's the voice of Farak.
smashed her forehead into the table. He laughed at her and cracked his teeth on his binder. This year needs to end.
Oh, and yeah, he does Gazlo too. So he does Turalian and Gazlo, which is fucking crazy.
Holy shit.
Taliesin is Darian Mograine. Did not know that. Holy shit.
Gonna make it. No!
Yeah, and a bunch of other characters. I'm just naming some of the ones I know. Yeah, Yogg-Saron was bleeding all over there. Yeah.
Accepting the darkness is kind of fun. It's not that bad, as people say.
I would.
Pate returns.
Gingerbread mug.
Yes. Yep.
Matt's also Rexar. Damn.
She's spit take all over the place. All of her stuff is covered.
Oh my god.
Yo, Melody, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you so much.
Oh, we're in the bad tube. You don't have it.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
I laughed and I blocked it. Oh, okay, that's it. That's it. That's cool. I know, it's so pretty, right? I forgot we are on camera.
I love you so much, Ashley.
I shall say that the Timmy pin.
No.
Stealth check.
Okay, stealth check first.
Oh my god.
Make a perception check.
Dude, some of these older campaigns I've never seen footage of.
No.
And in some of them, man, they look... I mean, you could tell they're younger, dude. Holy shit. Oh my god. They all look so much younger, dude. Oh my god. It's so crazy. Look at Liam's baby face, dude. Laura's hair is so fucking dark. Travis looks like fucking 15 years younger. Marisha, yeah, Sam, they all look so fucking different. That's crazy.
Okay, stealth check first.
Oh my god,
Make a
he's gonna be
perception check.
so
You're
mad
a
at
terrible
you.
person.
This is old. 10 years younger.
Just broke a mechanical pencil.
Taliesin barely aged, the eldritch being that he is. That's what happens when you're over 1,000 years old.
Did you? Oh my god!
DM. Yeah. I rolled a natural 20.
All right.
I have advantage on stealth checks, and I rolled an 18 and a 20.
All right.
Natural 20.
So.
Well, hold on, let me... That was not that sounded so good.
In my brunch solarium, which is now ruined for hours.
It went up at the end.
Your son will sue.
Percy will know. Girls, fart. She has a very clean, like spotless white sneaker.
How about you put Travis? What the fuck? The edit.
She has a very clean, like spotless white sneaker under here, and it's squeaked on the chair.
Oh my god! But
Right at the same time as she farted.
Oh no! I'm scared to move my feet now.
Those missing Yeti are probably the dragon's dinner. No, it sounded like it.
Neither
have the chair.
Sorry, I'm trying to do it again, but it's not doing it.
That's always the worst, dude. You try to replicate the sound and you just can't get it to fucking do it. That's the fucking worst.
I wish it would. That really sounds like I farted.
Oh, Matt with a beard, by the way.
Hold on. Oh god.
We've been on Caleb's, or sorry, Caduceus's mushroom diet. It's fine.
Can't recreate it because it was a legitimate fart.
Shit. I've got to fart before the end of this episode. Cheers, fart, please.
So, what would you guys like to do?
We should sneak into the cave again.
Like magic meld 500 gold diamonds into 1,000.
I don't think it works that way. But maybe Caleb could.
You
I
can
don't
use-
know what kind of
I
thing.
think you can use multiple diamonds for some of them.
Yes, you can.
And then diamond dust for greater restorations of thing.
I think I could make you one large lumpy dust. For every word I get wrong, Marisha will shock me with this 8,000 volt bug zapper. The blindfold will go on, and no matter what happens, do not let me off the hook. Do not stop zapping.
Do not stop zapping.
Yes.
You said that. Okay.
You said
that. Set in the world of Aora. Oh, fuck! I didn't get anything wrong yet!
Aora was introduced in Pillars of Eternity.
Okay. Pillars of Eternity. And then... Shit. And then what? Line!
Do not knock over that camera.
Sorry, Sam, the Living Lands.
That hurt really bad.
You have to say the line.
Line? Wait, what?
Living Lands.
Living Lands? Oh, fuck!
It's the living lands right next to the dying lands. Right next to the undead lands. North of the void lands, south of the light lands. Adjacent to the life lands, but not the same thing. Not the same thing.
You said don't stop moving.
He screams.
Just remind me what... the camera!
I'm just taking orders. As you said.
I'm not acting now. This is real.
Read the line.
No, not read it.
It says in the script to shock you one more time.
Go for it.
Is it going through? Is it going through?
Thank you, Xbox, for sponsoring this episode. Matt, back to you.
All right, children.
Shock yourself.
We're energized.
Shock yourself.
You guys are so weird about this.
Oh, of course, dude. I appreciate how hard Sam commits, dude. He has some of the most cringy, hilarious fucking bits that I have ever seen, dude. And he just full sends them. It's so fucking good. It's so fucking good. Me and the boys after watching Edge Runners.
I couldn't wait for you to come and clear the cupboard. But now you're gonna leave them nothing but a sign.
Dude, even 50-second videos like this have spoilers in them. Oh my god, that's so painful. That's so painful, dude.
And I'll be sitting reading in between the lines. Because I miss you all the time. So
Everything going backwards. Oh, that's so unfortunate, man. Did you guys see what I saw? Do you understand why I'm reacting that way? I did not. I missed it. Read the screen. That is tough. Can't look at anything. Cannot watch anything. This is from a month ago from Lazy Peon. We need to be honest about the MMO genre. Here we go.
I think it's time that we're honest about the state of the MMO genre, especially Western MMOs, as 2025 has probably been one of the worst years ever for the genre. Like, just when you think it can't get any worse, it somehow does. But these past few months in particular have been brutal. We've had Amazon Game Studios shut down unexpectedly after the recent New World expansion.
This man ain't afraid of clickbaiting, though? I mean, you have to. You have to do some fucking level of clickbait. But people equate clickbait to rage bait. They're not the fucking same.
And as a result, the in-development Lord of the Rings MMO has also been cancelled. Project Ghost, the MMO by ex-WoW and Riot dev Ghostcrawler, was recently cancelled after NetEase pulled their funding. A few months ago, the upcoming ZeniMax Online Studios MMO, Project Blackbird, was cancelled. And very recently, Jackalyptic Games announced that the upcoming Warhammer MMO has also been cancelled after 3.5 years of development.
Why is everyone trying to make a fucking MMO? Like, do they not realize how insanely difficult, what a money pit it is? Like, I don't understand. Why I don't get it.
It genuinely feels like it's all over. The only big MMO releases in the near future are all coming out of Asia.
MMOs get canceled all the time. Difference is that people actually report on it now. Gotcha. Chasing the WoW dragon even after all these years. I don't know how MMOs can take off anymore. Like, if Blizzard released WoW 2 for free and it was just a brand new engine, but you kept everything from your account, it might have a chance. I mean, I think Blizzard can make a successful follow-up, but I don't think they have any reason to. Trying to secure that monthly sub? Yeah, but they don't even get there. They don't even get there. I don't know.
Few Western projects that are still ongoing we either know nothing about, or are indie projects that still need a lot of development and may still be years away from a full release. Is there any hope? Mate, I'll do my best to try and find something optimistic, but I can't promise I'm going to make you feel better. It is looking pretty bleak, but there is one positive. Today's sponsor, Old School RuneScape. This is my main MMORPG, and it's just
I'd love to get sponsored by Old School. That'd be crazy.
Sailing, the first entirely new skill added to OSRS in the game's history. This is a skill that was voted into the game and collaboratively designed by the OSRS community via the player polling system. You'll be able to set sail upon the seas from existing ports on your very own ship that comes in different shapes and sizes as you level up. You'll be able to choose NPC crewmates or invite your friends to help crew your ship. The world's map has once again been expanded with this update, adding over 30 new islands. There'll be new sailing themed enemy types, different training methods to gain XP, and it's accessible to everyone, whether you're a brand new player, veteran Ironman, or a skiller. For me though, I feel like the addition of sailing really just completes the world of Gielinor. Look how clean the new skills panel looks now with 24 skills instead of 23. When you open the world map now, these vast ocean areas are places you can finally actually go to.
That is pretty cool.
I absolutely love OSRS, and it's the perfect sponsor for this video because it has been one of
Still haven't even touched sailing. Me either. I haven't even logged in. I'm so demotivated. Plus, I know I'm going to have to invest a bunch of time into WoW here soon again, so there's no reason for me to... Like, anything that I'm doing in Old School is a big grind. I'm either grinding to 99 or I'm, like, grinding pets. Like, that's it.
a few massive success stories to come out of the MMO genre in the past decade. I've personally put thousands of hours into this game, and if someone was to ask me what current MMO will still be here 10 years from now, my first response would be old school RuneScape. So click the link in the description below to play OSRS and try out the new sailing skill now. So what's going on with Western MMOs? When people say the MMO genre is dying, what they're really talking about is MMOs from Western developers, as almost every year we do see big new releases from studios in Asian countries like Korea, China, or Japan. Why is this? Well, the uncomfortable truth is that Asia can afford to make MMOs and the West simply cannot anymore. Let me explain. In places like California, Austin, London, or Berlin, the cost of developing a modern MMORPG is absolutely insane.
Isn't FFXIV still super popular? It's still pretty popular, but probably not as much as you would think. Like, it had a gigantic fucking mountain of people in Endwalker and Shadowbringers, but it's Dawntrail's certainly not maintaining that. So, I mean, it goes up and down, but yeah, it's still one of the bigger MMOs.
The cost of developing a modern MMORPG is absolutely insane, mostly due to wages and the cost of living. If you want to hire a senior gameplay programmer in the US or Western Europe, you're often paying well into six figures before benefits, taxes, insurance, studio overheads. The whole thing starts to spiral, but in Korea, in China, even Japan, those same roles are dramatically cheaper, and when you zoom out, it means a full MMO can be built for a fraction of what it would cost in the West. A Western AAA MMO easily becomes a $100 to $200 million gamble, but an Asian MMO with the same scope might be made for 30 to 50 million. And here's the thing, when your development costs are lower, you don't need to be critically acclaimed to turn a profit. This is why we constantly see Asian MMOs popping up even when they don't set the world on fire critically. They don't need to. A 7 out of 10 bit grindy kinda pay to win MMO can still make money in Korea or China because the investment risk is lower, the player expectations are different, and the monetization culture heavily favors cosmetics, gachas, and whales. Some of these games double dip by launching on both PC and mobile too. Even if the PC version flops in the West, the mobile version can still print money in Asia.
I love this E33 music in the background, by the way. Aww.
And completely cover the development costs. Meanwhile, in the West, studios need a massive genre-defining hit just to break even. If the game launches as merely okay, it's not seen as an acceptable outcome, it's seen as a failure. Investors know this, publishers know this, and that's why so few Western MMOs are even getting greenlit anymore. It's not that the West forgot how to make MMOs, it's that the economics have changed so much that they can barely justify taking the risk. Back in the mid to late 2000s, things were very different. That era felt like the Wild West of MMO development when it came to Western studios. Every year you'd hear about some new WoW killer cooking in the background. Warhammer Online, Age of Conan, Rift, WildStar, Guild Wars 2, Lord of the Rings Online, SWTOR, even weird shit like Tabula Rasa. It was a constant conveyor belt of big new Western MMORPGs because the genre was the hot investment at the time. Why? Well, blame World of Warcraft. The moment Blizzard proved you could make an MMO and have it pull in literal billions a year, every investor decided, yep, we want one of those, so money was flying everywhere, studios were hiring rapidly, and publishers were greenlighting anything with the letters MMO attached to it. Development costs were also significantly lower back then too. Budgets weren't tiny, but they were still manageable. Vanilla WoW reportedly cost somewhere in the range of 50 to 60 million to develop.
Oh, man. 60 mil, huh? Wow. The Brutosaur made Blizzard 5 times that. One item. 5 times that. 300 mil. Slap it down on the desk. That's fucking crazy.
Some sources even estimate up to $75 million, which was considered a monster budget at the time.
That is a lot,
but
but
still nowhere near the $100 to $2 million range that you need today to build a Western AAA MMO at the same scale. Back then, you didn't need motion-captured cinematics, fully voice-acted quest lines, high-fidelity assets, 4K texture pipelines, or decade-long pre-production cycles. A major MMO in 2007 could be made in that $40 to $60 million range or less and still be competitive. The technical bar was lower, the financial risk was lower, investor confidence was higher, and the audience was absolutely starved for anything resembling WoW, but slightly different. But that era is gone now. Games cost far more to make, expectations are way higher, audiences are more fragmented, and investors would rather make a cheap hero shooter or mobile gacha instead of gambling their future on a decade-long MMO project.
which we see so much of, dude. Like, so many of the Game Awards announcements are like the same cartoony looking fucking hero shooter twist and gotcha. It's so much, dude. It's so fucking much. I bet the actual devs make the same money, though. Where's all that other money going, I wonder? Well, cost of living goes up, too. So even if the devs are making more money, which I'm sure they are, than what they were back then, they're spending more money, too. It's not cheap to live in Anaheim. You know what I mean? Blizzard's in Anaheim, California. It ain't exactly a cheap fucking place to live. So cost of living fluctuates, so you have to pay more if you want people to have livable wages. So... But yeah, a lot of the money is going, well, I would assume, to shareholders and upper management and CEOs and all sorts of shit. Gotta have some more yachts, you know?
Rightfully so. Like, from an investor point of view, you can
Studio
understand
tax can be pretty
this.
high too, sure.
But that's how we went from dozens of Western MMOs popping up every year to barely
Server
anything
costs.
even making it past the concept phase today.
It's expensive.
So is there any hope? At this point, you're probably thinking, all right, Peon, this is all very depressing. Please tell me there's at least something to look forward to from the West. And yes, there is some hope, and I pray this video doesn't age poorly, because with how things have been going recently, any one of these could be the next cancellation announcement. Guild Wars 3 is in development at ArenaNet. It's not officially announced yet, but hiring listings and internal documents have all but confirmed it. ArenaNet has a proven track record. Guild Wars is a beloved IP.
I would try Guild Wars 3.
If it gets to a full release, I'd personally expect it to have a high chance of success, considering both Guild Wars 1 and 2 were both successful games critically and financially. The Riot MMO is still alive. It went through a major reboot, the scope was reduced, and a lot of the team was reshuffled, but Riot hasn't cancelled it. Riot Games doesn't work on things forever for no reason, so clearly there's still some internal belief in this project. And then there's a surprising one. Very recent news, Hytale is back. Riot just gave the rights back to Hypixel Studios, and development has resumed under the original team. This was a project that was announced as cancelled earlier this year, so it's quite a nice surprise to see it resurrected again. We have Ashes of Creation.
Minecraft-like game? God, I hate shit like this. If it's blocks and has the same art style, it's just fucking Minecraft, man. Like, stop. God.
Yeah, so it's quite a nice surprise to see it resurrected again. We have Ashes of Creation, which recently announced it's coming to Steam Early Access on December 12th. This announcement was met with quite a bit of backlash for a number of reasons, and it's a topic that deserves its own video.
I don't know why, but I just don't trust the guy that is running Ashes of Creation. I don't trust him. I don't know what it is about him. He seems sketchy. Like, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's his attitude or the way he talks. I don't know what it is. Steven's kind of weird, but the devs are so cool. Well, unfortunately, the captain can make a mistake and sink the fucking ship, so you shouldn't. He ran an MLM. What is MLM again? Sorry. What's that? I don't know the acronym. Multi-level marketing. A scam. TLDR. Pyramid scheme. Gotcha. Yeah.
And I do worry it's going to get negative Steam reviews, with most testers fearing it's too early for early access. But at least this one is actually playable. The gameplay itself is really solid, but it's got a ways to go until it's a complete experience.
Yeah, to me, the animations look very stiff, and I'm not very impressed with the environmental design either. Like, there's just some things about it that just look weird to me. I don't know.
Then you've got a few smaller scale MMO lights as well as indie projects. For a full list on all of these MMOs, both indie and AAA, as well as some fully released under the radar MMOs, check out my 2 recent videos, every upcoming MMORPG 2025 and beyond, as well as indie MMO devs in 2025 are insane. If you can't find hope in these videos or the current MMOs, then that brings us to the next question. What would it take for MMOs to make a big comeback? Honestly, it's going to take a few things. Number 1, a monetization model that isn't pay to win, but still prints money. This is the biggest thing that needs to change if MMOs are ever going to make a comeback. For the past decade, monetization has basically been split into 2 extremes. Western MMOs, cosmetics, optional subs, small battle passes. Eastern MMOs, gachas, power boosts, power selling, progression shortcuts, and everything in between. Neither side has fully cracked the non-pay to win but massively profitable formula. Until recently, a new business model has started to emerge out of China. Free-to-play, non-pay-to-win with cosmetic-only gacha and battle pass. For this to work, the games need to have extensive character cosmetic features, such as player housing with housing items, dyeable outfits, mount skins, animations, player effects. Basically create social features that allow players to flex cosmetics without selling power. If, and this is the key, if the game itself is good enough, this model absolutely prints money. 2 perfect examples, Where Winds Meet. This game is basically a full single-player wuxia RPG with MMO elements sitting on top of that foundation, with players having the option to play the MMO mode or just enjoy the single-player mode. The game is 0 pay to win and it's just cosmetic gacha plus battle pass, and in the first month of its Chinese release, reportedly made over $90 million from both mobile and PC. Sword of Justice Online. This is a mobile first.
All of these games to you just come off as pump and dump model. Yeah, there's a lot of AI stuff too. Yeah, dyeable armors in WoW would be dope, but then they don't have reasons for different transmog color sets.
MMO, but it uses the same non-pay-to-win business model. Massively successful in China. Over 40 million players in the first month. Not so successful with its Western Steam release because we understandably don't like to see a hideous mobile UI when we launch a game via Steam.
Yeesh.
Here's something wild I found. World of Jade Dynasty, another new Chinese MMO that also uses the free-to-play, mostly cosmetic monetization model. There's a cosmetic dragon mount in the game that's sold for the equivalent of hundreds of thousands of premium gems acquired through gacha. When obtained, it triggers a server-wide special event, and community posts joke about it being the million RMB mount. Apparently, on average, it can cost over 100k USD to obtain, and is a purely cosmetic flex item tied to absurd spending. For the past decade, mobile games have absolutely printed cash from a tiny percentage of players that they refer to as whales, who account for the majority of spending on these games. It seems like the new monetization meta, in China at least, is to give whales the opportunity to spend big money on these flex cosmetic items instead of buying actual power. Although I think we're still
his face.
these flex cosmetic items instead of buying actual
That right there is how you print money, dude. Sexy, lewd outfits sell big time, dude.
Power. Although I think we're still early in seeing this model adopted in other regions, these games at least prove something incredibly important. You don't need pay to win if your cosmetic and fashion game is strong enough. MMO players love cosmetics. If you give them good transmog, a proper dye system, player housing with furniture, mount skins, weapon skins, outfit collections, emotes, dances, gestures, seasonal battle pass cosmetics, they will spend a stupid amount of money without ever breaking the integrity of the game, at least.
And there's people that, like, I mean, I understand. There's also this mentality that, like, everything has to be unlockable during the game. And it's like, dude, I just don't think that people understand that, like, how profitable this is and how, like, it can allow them to expand or change things in the future. Like, it's just, I understand the idyllic situation where they don't have to sell anything like this and the game just gets better or stays the same or whatever. I think that it's like this ideal mindset that just doesn't work. Like, it's like when people complain about the WoW shop, again, there's some things on there that are stupidly fucking expensive, like a boost, $60, but at the same time, people will pay it. Like, and it does save a good amount of time. Like, it's just, it's tough because it's like, how do you, like, the people that get outraged about this shit, they talk about it like they shouldn't have a store at all. Nothing. No cosmetics, nothing. And it's like, damn, dude, I just don't think that that's like reasonable. And ultimately, if it's not contributing to the power of your character and it's cool cosmetic stuff that you know, that people are willing to spend money on, they're gonna sell it. Like, I feel like you could take that logic and use it for so many things in life that like you don't really need, but it looks cool, or, you know, you want it for whatever reason, so you're going to do it. But in the case of like an MMO or video games, like there's like almost like a purist mindset that like all or nothing. And it's like, typically it's purity in the idea of nothing. And it just doesn't seem realistic to me, man. Like, I will still say that the Brutosaur shit pissed me off. I don't understand limited time, except it came back, so it wasn't. And also $90 fucking dollars. Like, what the fuck? But also, apparently enough people bought it that they made 300 million on it. So it's like, they'd be kind of fucking stupid not to. So it's how do you find the balance between having that kind of stuff on sale, for sale, and not having it be egregious? Because there are people who will buy it, period. And ultimately, like, if you want to spend your money on something, that's up to you. Like, it's up to you. Now, is a mount like that actually worth $90? No. That's where my issue comes from. It shouldn't be $90 fucking dollars. In fact, the Brutosaur mount shouldn't exist at all. Like server transfers are insanely expensive. I don't understand how they're $30 still. Shit like that. Like, I still think some things are overpriced. But I would argue that, like, there are people, and of course it's not everybody, but there are people who, no matter what the price is, they're going to fucking scream about it. They're going to be mad about it. And I just don't know, man. I've never been a person who's been like, I will absolutely not buy anything from this store. Like, I've done it in WoW, I've done it in XIV, I've done it in Call of Duty, I've done it in Destiny. Like, ultimately, if I have the extra money to spare and I think it's worth spending to get the thing, then that's what people will do. So I'm not really sure how to solve the problem, or like, and I'm, you know, I think there's a lot of specifics to it depending on what the item is, what it costs, what it does. But I just don't know, man. I just don't know. It's like, I just don't think that I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but I just don't think that like the monthly sub is enough. And if you're a company that can sell things and people buy them and you can make hundreds of millions more dollars, like, why wouldn't you? Like, you might, you know, and I think people take the most cynical view of it of like, well, all that money goes to the shareholders and CEOs. I get why people say that, but it's like, I'm not saying that it's not true, but do we really know that? Like, do we really know that? Do we not, like, do we know that people, you know, never get raises as a result of it, or bonuses or anything like that? We're just so certain that all of it goes there. It just seems like the most, like, I don't know, cynical way of looking at it. So again, like, I'm not just like pro cash shop, but I'm also not like purist anti cash shop. Again, I feel like those are unapologetically pro cash shop and purist no cash shop are the two extremes. And I feel like you gotta fucking meet in the middle somewhere, because ultimately you can't ask development studios and companies to not just put more money in their pockets, but at the same time, you know, you can't have it be so egregious that it's like predatory. So I don't know. I don't know what to do about that. The Brutosaur was such an obvious cash grab. I granted out gold to buy it at like 90% discount or some give you tokens at least. Yeah, I mean, and that's fine, but there's people that like it's just worth $90. They just don't care. They just don't care. It doesn't matter. And the value of $1 from one person to the next is going to vary. There's going to be people that look at that and they're like, that's disgusting. I'd never pay that much. And there's going to be people that are like, that's not that bad. Guys, there's people out there in this world, some of you might be one of them, that have $500 shoes. I've never owned a $500 shoe, but there's people that buy them, and that's like within their budget, and they can do that, and like they don't care about that. Like it's fine, like that's just what you do for the things that you want, and that like they just don't give a fuck. So it's like it's kind of relative, right? Depending on like how much wealth you have. So for some people, $90 is really just not, is just kind of nothing. Can't say that for myself. I can think of a lot of ways to spend $90, but you know, hopefully you get what I'm saying. I'll get in the Epic Edition of expansion over a $90 amount, but that's worth it to you, right? Like, so it just kind of depends. You know, it depends. I'm honestly fine with cosmetics and services being sold. Same. It's just when it becomes power, you know? And I think that like account services are a bit overpriced from Blizzard. If the game is balanced to benefit, encourage using the shop, that's a problem. Yeah, any power related stuff or anything like that, locking content behind certain things or whatever, but ultimately, like, I think there's a lot of really cool mounts and cosmetics and stuff that you can get in WoW just by playing. So I just think it's that expectation. It's almost like it's to me, it's almost like an echo of the idea that every piece of lore and character story and development has to be in the game. And I feel like people that have that idealist kind of like perspective, they're not really considering the reality of the situation that makes that not possible. Like they just want it, and so they just say it like it should be a thing, and the logistics of it are irrelevant to them. It's like you're not really living in reality when you do that. Like it's just not that fucking simple. It's just not that easy. And it depends on what the desire is from the developers or writers or whomever that's involved, that, you know, how best to get this message across, how best to make profit, whatever that might be. So is blank game worth X price? I don't know what the value of $1 is for you. Exactly. It's like, I don't know. To me, it was worth $40. To you, it might not be. Like, to me, I think Diablo 4, as much as people talk shit about it, I thought it was worth $70. I thought it was worth it. I thought the experience I got out of it was definitely $70 worth, and I enjoyed playing it, and like, I have no issues with that. Some people lost their fucking minds at the fact that it was $70. Like, it's like, well, it was worth it to me. And that might not even be because I have more wealth. It might just be because for me, it was worth $70. You know? You know, again, I could $70 get you a new pair of shoes or two, you know? So what's that saying? For every dollar, you should get 1 hour of entertainment out of it. I don't know. Sure. I don't know. I'm gonna just put it this way. I don't know a lot of things in life that will give you an actually enjoyable amount of entertainment for $1 per hour. I'll put it like that. Like, I can't name that many fucking things that are that efficient for my enjoyment per money. So like, even if it's like $70 for like fucking 35 hours of something that I really enjoy, it's worth it. Even if it's $2 an hour, I don't give a fuck. Like, sometimes you'll get hundreds of hours out of something. So I think whether or not something is worth it is relative. D4 is a good game. It's just getting compared all the time to better game in the genre. Yeah, better if you like significantly more complicated, sweaty versions of an ARPG, sure. Like, I don't want to play Path of Exile because it looks overly complicated. Like, I look at the fucking talent tree and it makes me sweat. Like, I don't want to play that. So, again, better when it comes to the opinions of and what you enjoy in a game can definitely be like subjective. So, it's I don't give a fuck about the comparison. Better is even a discussion. Some people don't want to have to load up loot filters, load up path of building, and follow a guide. Right. Some people like me enjoy Diablo because of the world of Diablo. PoE might be a better type of game, but it isn't Sanctuary. Sure. That's a good point. $5.99 for a Pyro sub chat, and it's hours of entertainment. Just saying. Shut the fuck up. I just hope gaming doesn't continue to raise this drastically in price. Just building a mid-range PC nowadays will cost you a few salaries worth if you work low to middle-class paying jobs. Well, those are two different things. You're talking about the availability of hard materials that are used in the manufacturing of computer parts versus the cost of a game. These are not the same thing. I mean, it's just like, I think that perhaps you could make an argument that you could make a correlation between them due to the cost that it takes for companies to have the equipment to produce games, but like, that's not like a game being $70 as opposed to $60 isn't a drastic change in price, first of all, and is also not really related. it all adds up and it makes it more expensive, IMO. Okay, but what you're saying is like equating the cost of gas to the price of a car. Those things are not correlated. Unless you're talking like alternative fuels or something like that, where you're like going for a hybrid or something like that, there can be some correlation. But what I'm saying is like the car that you want doesn't cost $7,000 more than it should because gas is more expensive, right? So like, I just think that these things are not inherently related. They're both more expensive, yes, but they're not related. You don't buy a new PC every time a game comes out. Like, yeah, I don't think that they're correlated. I remember $70 N64 games. It's more a problem of bad games, which again, I think it's just like people don't like something and then they just think it's objectively bad. Like, it's just like, again, like Diablo is, it's such a talk in circles kind of fucking topic. There's definitely a bit of correlation between hardware price and gaming since new games tend to be more demanding, but yes, they're not directly correlated. I mean, new games can be more, these are not absolute set rules. Not every new game is more demanding. That's just not true. The amount of computer processing that it takes to run Diablo is not the same as it does to run Expedition 33. It's just like these things are not black and white. Every game does not require higher computation. Like, and again, it just depends on what you're playing and the settings that you're playing at. Like, these things are not. They're, even if they're correlated, it's not relevant. I still don't understand the argument. I still don't understand the argument. I'm moving on.
To a certain extent. If you then want to capture the whales, you can then also throw in some uber rares via cosmetic gacha, so the gamers who have invested in Nvidia stock can gamble to get their equivalent of an in-game Rolex.
The thing is that I'll say this. The two things do not inform one another. The price of gaming hardware is not more expensive because a game is developed to work well with better hardware. Okay? They don't inform one another. Like, the reason why hardware is more expensive is a separate reason. They're not related. Does that make any better sense? Like, you can make a game that utilizes higher end hardware even without the inflation or limited manufacturing availability of parts for the hardware. The hardware is just how one chooses to access the game at the level that they want. They're not related. Hardware is not being priced higher because games are being made to take advantage of higher quality hardware. They're not related. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, they do not inform one another. Yes, if you want to play the newest games at the best graphics, you will probably need hardware upgrades. But the reason for the hardware upgrade costing more is not related to the game. Does that make sense? I would also argue that as hardware has gotten better, that the lower end hardware nowadays is actually more capable than the lower end hardware of 10 years ago. So what you get for your dollar, price to performance now, I think, is better than it used to be, with the exception of recent inflation due to AI super data centers and shit like that, obviously. But back in the day, what you spent on a $400 CPU, the performance is going to be much different. I can barely run a plus 20-year-old game WoW in its major cities on my 3 to 5-year-old hardware. I have a hard time believing that. My hardware's 3 to 5 years old as well, and it runs fine. They're not correlated. Like, man, that's so frustrating. What do you mean you can barely run it? What does that mean? Can you, like, define what that actually means? Like, getting a certain frame rate? Are you playing on max graphics? Do you have ray tracing on? Are you standing in the middle of Dornegal on a fucking Saturday night when there's a shitload of people? Like, what does that mean? It does get real laggy in capital cities. That's not a hardware related issue generally. Frankly, that's often more of a server related issue, and it's pretty processor heavy. So yes, having better these are just like they're separate arguments. We're arguing it's like, yes, if you want to get better performance in games, you pay more money. I have a 15 to 30 FPS in Dornegal. You have to have a large L3 cache to not get that. Yes, but you understand that the cost of the game is not correlated to the cost of the hardware that allows you to get the performance that you want. They're separate things. And also, I would also just like to throw out there that, like, age of hardware is not the only factor. You have fucking 7 different CPUs that come out in one generation of processors. So it's like, it's just like, did you get the fucking Ryzen 3 or did you get the Ryzen 9? Like, what did you get? Like, did you get the fucking, the 3050 with 4 gigs of VRAM, or did you get the fucking 3080 with 12 or 16? Like, it's just not that fucking simple. Like, yes, if you want better graphics settings and to run the game at higher fidelity, which it is designed for, you may have to spend more on hardware. But that doesn't mean that the cost of the game itself is correlated to the hardware that you use. That's not really what I've been reading. An anecdotal experience compared my friend's hardware running the game and having him at 200 to 300 FPS there. Your friend's getting 200 to 300 FPS in fucking Dornegal? Give me a fucking break, dude. At what resolution? At what graphics settings? My fucking nutsack he does. My fucking nutsack he gets 300 FPS. Get the fuck out of here. On a dead world at fucking 360 by 240? Like, what does that even mean? There's people with $10,000 PCs who don't get that fucking, that performance in Dornegal. Give me a fucking break. I'm playing a 5080 at 4K, I get 50 at most. Yeah, it's just like, I'm playing at 1440p. There's times where I'm sitting in Dornegal and I get fucking 60 frames per second. And I got a 3090 Ti and a fucking, and like a 24 core processor. Like, what the fuck? It's actually like 16 cores, 32 threads or whatever. And like 64 gigs of RAM. My computer, it's just, this argument is silly. This argument is silly. Even if there is no argument that to get better gaming performance, you have to upgrade your PC over time, yes. But that doesn't mean that there is any kind of direct correlation between the cost of a video game itself and the hardware that you get, the resolution of screen that you play on, and the quality of graphics that you're expecting to get in return. It's just more complicated. If you can't handle the game being at 20 FPS, it's just a skill issue, shut the fuck up. That's also not true. Jesus Christ. It is definitely easier to rate at 60 to 100 FPS than it is to rate at 20. Give me a fucking break.
The key is to simply make a good game first. If the game is free, has good gameplay, the world is fun, and the social systems are solid, then cosmetics alone can easily sustain a modern MMO. Number 2, regulators clamping down on pay to win. Another weird source of hope for MMOs actually comes from something that most gamers hate. Governments getting involved, especially in China.
So this is in Dragonflight. So this is in Valdrakken, which had even worse performance than Dornegal. We compared my 5800X and his 7800X 3D, and he's playing at 1080p and you're playing at 2K. Like, what are we even doing? As I said before, it's not really an argument against games prices, just an observation about how the gaming market as a whole is going up in price. Yes, which I perceive insinuates a correlation between the price of games and the hardware that you're purchasing, and I just don't think that there is. I just don't think that there is. And also, your CPUs are not the only fucking reason why you get graphics performance. You didn't even list your GPUs. Like, CPUs are not the only reason, you guys.
According to Reuters, in late 2023, new rules were proposed in China targeting whale bait mechanics, which means no login rewards, no first top.
I just don't understand how I play CP77 with more frames than WoW and Dornegal. Because of the optimization of WoW and the way that other people's characters on your screen affects system performance. It's not that fucking complicated. His GPU is some older model AMD card while I had a 3080. So yeah, well, that doesn't give me any information because you don't know the model of his fucking GPU. So it's just like, this discussion is fucking pointless. Let's move on.
Bonus, no streak spending rewards, spending limits for players, direct purchase options for items normally locked behind gacha, and stricter transparency around probability items. These changes directly attack the systems that have kept many Eastern MMOs
Should you cooperation with Asmongold and he will play World of Warcraft again by any chance? Okay, well, I know exactly what to do with you.
profitable through pay-to-win design. South Korea followed with its
The GPU won't make that much of a difference to WoW. Yes, it will. What? Yes, it will. Holy fuck. We have to move on, bro. Some of you, stop talking about it. I cannot comprehend what the fuck is being... Shut up.
No streak spending rewards, spending limits for players, direct
This
purchase
fucking myth that the CPU is like the main thing and that the GPU doesn't really make a difference for WoW is fucking copium insanity. That is not true.
Options for items normally locked behind gacha, and stricter transparency around probability items. These changes directly attack the systems that have kept many Eastern MMOs profitable through pay-to-win design. South Korea followed with its probability disclosure law in 2024, forcing all games with gacha to clearly show the real odds everywhere.
Like, you have to understand the relationship between the rendering of frames with a GPU and a CPU and how they interact to even understand how the bottleneck occurs. So if you have some dog shit fucking GPU, it's not going to matter how good your CPU is and how fast it can render the frames because it's not being displayed anyways. It's not that, like... Holy shit, you can't just put a fucking a thread ripper in your PC and expect that WoW's just gonna run flawlessly. There's a correlation between the performance of the fucking GPU and the CPU. Like, one doesn't carry the other. They have to be equivalent to one another. Otherwise, you hit bottlenecks. I'm so tired of this conversation. Can we please move on?
Still got a long way to go until pay-to-win is regulated completely out of MMOs, but if China and Korea keep pushing in this direction, developers may be forced towards the exact monetization model that Western players actually want. 3. The possibility of AI reducing development costs for MMOs dramatically in the future. Controversial topic because it means people losing their jobs, and at this point I'm sick to death of hearing about AI. I think it's made the internet an absolute slop fest these past few years, and I'm honestly not convinced it's even going to be a net positive for humanity. However, we have already seen people use AI to help with asset generation, animation blending, procedural dialogue, world building tools, and QA automation. If AI tools can cut MMO development costs by even 20 to 30%, maybe just doing a few mundane tasks here and there, then that's already massive. Suddenly, the genre becomes more financially viable again for studios that previously couldn't justify it. And if AI gets to the point where one artist can do the work of 5, one designer can generate hundreds of quest variations, then that changes everything. I don't think it's going to magically resurrect the genre overnight, but over the next 5 to 10 years, this could potentially be one of the biggest factors that brings MMOs back. Number 4, a breakout hit from either side. The truth is, one massively successful MMO, whether Western or Asian, could completely shift investor confidence. All it takes is one game that proves that you can still make $1 billion MMO in the 2020s. Another World of Warcraft level success. If that happens, money will flow again, studios will pivot, publishers will chase the trend as they always do, and the 2007 to 2012 era of constant MMO launches could absolutely return. but that's me reaching dangerous levels of hopium. So much so, it's probably best that we wrap up the video here before I get sent to the hospital for an OD. Real talk though, I don't know what the future holds, I can't predict anything, and as a content creator covering this genre, I've really had to do my best to try and stay positive these past few years because no one wants to come home from a long day of work, watch one of my videos and only hear negativity. I'm someone that gets genuinely depressed when there is no hope, so I'll always do my best to try and find it, whether that be with games, real life, health, work, or with the future in general. Maybe sometimes I come across as unrealistic, or maybe in the past I've gotten you excited for a game that turned out to be disappointed. Sorry if that's been the case. But I do promise you this, I do genuinely love this genre and I just want to see it thrive again. As always, let me know what you think about the MMO genre in the comments below. Which one of these recent cancellations hurt you the most?
That took way too long to get through.
And do you have any hope for these upcoming releases? Help us out with a like and subscribe to the channel for more MMO coverage. Social media on screen. Thanks for watching. And click the video on screen to watch my deep dive into the absolute shit show that was the era of Kickstarter MMOs.
I think I'm good. Anyway, the reason why things are becoming more expensive is due to inflation, not because of something specific to the gaming industry. Everything is more expensive. Have you noticed? So these fucking conversations are just so fucking pointless to me. Like, yeah, we all know fucking RAM costs $1 trillion right now. Like, yes. Things have become more expensive. This is not unique to gaming in any capacity. Ugh. But digital goods, or not digital goods, excuse me, hardware, digital like hardware, GPUs, CPUs, fucking RAM, all sorts of stuff, yes, becomes more expensive when there's higher demand for it and less manufacturing. I just think it's silly to be like, oh, games went up $10, which they actually didn't, because there's been a bunch of games in the past that were also $70 to $100, and the whole thing's just more expensive now because hardware's become more expensive. It's just like, it just feels like drawing correlations about things that aren't really supported. Like, why can't we just draw individualized correlation, like, conclusions, and have to correlate things to other things all the fucking time? Why can't we just be like, yeah, PC hardware's got more expensive, because it has. Like, why can't we just be like, yeah, some games are $70 now, because they are. You have to try to draw some kind of like bigger correlation between the two things, which is just unnecessary. Because while they may be in the same like strata of topic content, they're not directly related. And ultimately, I do think that there probably is more of a focus on graphical fidelity than being well optimized. I think you see that from certain game studios more than others, and that definitely can have, you know, negative impacts. Frankly, if you design a game well without a bunch of bullshit under the fucking hood, it probably will run on solid, on even lower end hardware. I just still have a hard time believing that you have a fucking 3080 and a 5800X and only get 20 FPS in Dornegal. I have such a hard time believing that. That does not make sense to me. That doesn't make sense to me. On my last hardware, which was worse than that, I would be willing to bet I'd get more fucking frames than that. That doesn't make any sense. I can't reconcile that. I don't know how to explain that. That doesn't make any sense. I'd also suggest that perhaps the cost of games were less in the past because one studio would focus on one game at a time, where today you have one mega studio developing 6 different games at the same time and then whine that it's too expensive to make games. Perhaps. I think it's just all complicated. I don't know. Are you playing on high? I don't know what the fuck that means. When I was growing up, some games sold for $99.99. Game prices aren't going up. Hardware maybe, but it's a small increase comparatively. The amount they've gone up correlates to inflation, actually. PC prices factoring in inflation have gone down. Oh, high settings? I don't really feel like this warrants further discussion, to be honest. I'm trying to find a video that can illustrate the point that I'm trying to make. I'm afraid that this video that I want to use is going to be fucking copyright protected because it's an educational channel. It's going to be impossible not to get fucking copyright striked. I can't afford another one, so... If the material they use for their data were copyrighted, their channel wouldn't exist. Ironic. Thread Interactive gives comparisons of game optimization between new and old games to provide possible solutions. I'm literally just trying... I'm like 98% certain that fair use protects your reaction to educational material. That's what you'd think, but it doesn't. I actually currently have a copyright warning on my channel, and it's not the first one I've got from watching educational content. The AI system will flag it, that's the thing. It doesn't give a shit. No, it's all good, by Garen. I'm just trying to, like,
Hey, what's up,
I don't even
man?
care about the price
Sorry
thing
about
now. I'm more so
derailing the
trying to,
stream.
like, bring up something
I
that
agree
can
with you
illustrate to
about the price
people
point.
why both CPU
Let's
and
talk
GPU are
about
relevant.
something else, smile.
And, like, that this...
How did they...
that this perception that, like, WoW is just, like, yes, CPU matters, but that, like, GPU doesn't really matter that much is completely fucking wrong. That's not true at all. So now I'm at this point where I'm trying to, like, find a video that can fucking illustrate that. But I have this stupid fucking Game Ranks video in front of me that I'm pretty sure is not going to explain it at all. Maybe this Linus Tech Tips video from Tech Quickie, but I'm probably going to get flagged for this too. So here's what I'm gonna do. I gotta fucking do it like this. This fucking piece of shit ass system doesn't flag my shit.
The sine qua non of any gaming PC these days is the graphics card. I mean, there's plenty of other cool components that you can throw in your rig, but nothing quite matches the experience of unboxing and slotting in a new GPU to turn a run-of-the-mill computer into a gaming battle station. But hold on a minute. Have you ever wondered why we need a separate GPU at all? I mean, instead of the whole PCI Express card paradigm, why haven't we seen something like a dual CPU board where you can tell your computer to use one CPU for CPU things and then the other CPU can be just for graphics?
Good question.
Are those big clunky cards really necessary? Great question. On the surface, CPUs and GPUs appear to be very similar. They are both silicon-based microprocessors mounted to a PCB with heat sinks attached to them. But when you look at their microarchitecture, they have some fundamental differences that make them suited for different roles inside your PC. Think of it like this. Many people go around carrying Swiss Army knives everywhere they go because they're very useful multi-purpose tools. They can cut things, they can open wine bottles, and even pick last night's broccoli out of your teeth. But suppose you're unlucky enough to need an operation because you met with an unfortunate LAN party accident. You probably don't want the surgeon just flicking open a Swiss Army knife and going to town. Instead, he or she will use a surgical knife or even a laser cutter. They can't do all the things a Swiss Army knife can, but they're specialized devices that can do one thing very, very well. Similarly,
God, the way that he has to explain analogies like this is so bad, dude.
Computer's main CPU is good at doing lots of...
You have to go to that length to explain why things are have specialties. Like, so fucking crazy.
Different things quickly. Modern PCs are very general purpose machines that can do, you know, spreadsheets or write horrible fan fiction or illustrate aforementioned horrible fan fiction, make Skype calls, listening to deeply embarrassing music, play games, edit audio, video. The list goes on. Because of this, your CPU needs to be able to handle lots of random and diverse instructions efficiently so that you can multitask without wanting to pull your hair out. GPUs, however, are really only there for one purpose, with an asterisk, to render graphics, which involves doing millions of very similar calculations at the same time in parallel. Because of this, GPUs are focused more on raw throughput than a CPU, which is designed to be much more versatile and balance all these different workloads, like a waiter with, 18 plates stacked up on top of each other. GPU architecture usually features lots and lots of identical compute units that deal with solving the similar mathematical functions that determine how a bullet's trajectory or waving blades of grass or whatever show up on your screen. In fact, the highly parallelized nature of a GPU has led to a growth in popularity of general-purpose computing on graphics cards as well, commonly known as GPGPU. Certain applications, aside from games, this is where the asterisk comes in, can take advantage of higher-end GPUs. Things like Bitcoin mining or Stanford University's Folding at Home project, which calculates the way that proteins fold for disease research. Both of these require the type of heavy number crunching that GPUs excel at. But while GPUs are finding uses other than just gaming, you probably won't want to try and run your operating system on a graphics card, as the differences between your GPU and CPU are still very significant. So don't expect the idea of using a separate graphics card to go away anytime soon. And after all, there's nothing quite like showing off your high-end card.
Doesn't explain the relationship in rendering between a GPU and a fucking CPU, dude.
The side panel window to be the envy of all your friends without having to hide it under a CPU heatsink. Speaking of hiding,
maybe I can fucking bottlenecking explained. Graphics bottlenecking explained. Something that fucking explains how these things are related to each other would be fantastic.
The term bottleneck is everywhere when we're talking about PC gaming performance, but if you're just getting started and you're planning your first PC build, this might be a hard concept to grasp. Today, we're going to look at what a bottleneck is, explain why it happens, how to find them, and also how to avoid them. So let's first look at what a bottleneck is and where the term comes from. Before we start talking about PC components, let's look at what a bottleneck is in its simplest form. Take this bottle of water here for example, let's turn it upside down and open the lid. Now the water is flowing out of the bottle, but only at a rate at which the opening will allow. The wider the opening is, the faster the water will flow out of the bottle, and the smaller the opening is, the harsher the bottleneck, and of course the water will flow a lot slower. Now imagine that instead of water we have frames, and these frames are being displayed onto your monitor. Displaying the frames is of course your PC, but let's stick with the concept of a bottle for now. The opening of the bottle can represent any component in your system that may restrict the number of frames that could potentially be displayed. Essentially, the weaker the component is, the more it will restrict the number of frames being drawn and displayed to your monitor. And of course, if all of the components in your system are balanced, it's possible to have...
Even if the multi-threading thing is the issue, you're not necessarily going to receive better performance by upgrading the processor than you would from upgrading the GPU. Because even if the multi-threading thing is relevant, it doesn't mean that it outweighs the disparity between the performance difference between it and a worse GPU. So people constantly work with this impression that if they have if they just get a better CPU, that'll solve their problems. That's not always the case, because then the GPU can become the bottleneck. It's not just a game of always have the best CPU for WoW. If you have a shit fucking GPU, it's not going to matter.
Virtually all of the potential frames displayed to your monitor. The most common bottleneck that you'll see in PC gaming is a CPU bottleneck, meaning that your CPU will be restricting the potential number of frames being drawn from your GPU. The simplest explanation for how this happens is that your CPU is just not powerful enough to keep up with your GPU.
And you said you had a 5800X? 8-core, 16-thread? And what does it run at? 4.7 gigahertz boost, 3.8 main, 32 megabyte L3 cache. Let's see. Against a processor that's specifically designed to have better L3 performance, 8 core, 16 thread, 5 gigahertz boost. The GPU does fucking matter. You just need to be aware of in what way it's going to affect it. L3 cache and 96 megabytes. So it's 3 times more L3 cache, but I'm telling you right now, I really don't think that's the reason. I really fucking don't. I really don't. And I have a hard time believing that a 5800X paired with a fucking 3080 gets 20 frames per second in Dornagal. I don't understand that. Gigahertz. Yes, of course, but the guy before was talking about having a 3080. Yet this boils down to the fact that I think it's bullshit that you have a 5800X and a 3080 and you get 20 FPS in Dornagal. You're also playing at 2K, and your friend's playing at 1080p. Is 2K not like 50% more fucking pixels? Like, I play at 2K as well, by the way. So, but this is what I have. I have 16 cores, 24 threads, so that's not a very fair comparison. This is a much better comparison right here. Again, even regardless of all of this shit, it does not have a correlation with paying more, games needing more, and that's caused this price increase. It's that WoW's not well optimized. 78% more pixels. There you go. So it's rendering, I mean, you're rendering 78% more shit on your screen in terms of pixels. But yes, resolution has a big impact on the performance of a game. I don't know what the fuck I'm even talking about this anymore for. It's a fucking waste of time. WoW at 1080p, better CPU will generally give you the biggest gains. That completely depends on what your hardware is. I'm over it, dude. Today's been fucking exhausting. I just want to be done. I'm fucking hungry and I'm irritated and I think I'm just done. From arguing about fucking Arthas for fucking 2 hours to... I think I'm just done. I'm gonna get out of here, guys. I will be working on some videos over the next few days. And hopefully get some content to you again before Friday. I'll be back to stream on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday again. On the 9th, 10th, and 11th. And, yep, that's pretty much it. So, yeah, thanks for supporting the stream, whether you watch on YouTube or Twitch. Thanks for following and chatting. Thanks for subbing and gifting subs and hanging out. Appreciate it. And I'll see you guys again on Friday. Peace!